What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Monday to you all. A DK show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend and you're ready to make it an awesome week here. Whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online at sportstalk1051.com. Got your smart devices like your Amazon devices. You've got your app, Wisco Sports App. Download that. Take it on the go. Also, you've got your the video stream up and rolling here this morning too. So multiple different ways for you to be joining in on the conversation. Got that Shoe Doctors bullpen line up and rolling, ready for some of your takes. Hit us up, 715-830-1912, or the Section 105 chat room on our video stream. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Lots of baseball chat here as the Brew Crew taking 2 out of 3 against the Colorado Rockies this past weekend. Highlighted by the 11-2 victory yesterday, where Jacob Mizorowski again was off to an amazing start. Let's slow down there a little bit there. Gave up the perfect game after a solo shot, but nonetheless picked up his 11th win on the season to improve to 11-4. In 5 innings, struck out 12 and has lowered his season ERA to a 1.58. But the biggest thing is the Brewers taking 2 out of 3 after dropping the first game Friday afternoon to the Rockies. And now we'll head off to the West Coast, where they will begin a 3-game series against the Giants starting tonight. Brewers open up the week 66-39, a 7-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central, second best record in all of Major League Baseball, just slightly behind the Dodgers to open up the week here. Some news, too, is the Brewers designating for assignment Lance McCullers Jr. after just making a couple of appearances for the Brewers. So we'll hit that up, chat about that. What does that potentially mean as we inch closer and closer to the trading deadline? We've got more rumors and rumblings with the deadline coming up next week that does surround the Milwaukee Brewers, whether they're 100% legit or just a little bit of smoke. We'll keep you posted and keep you updated on the latest and greatest in terms of the rumors that are circulating surrounding the Brewers. And if you are a Brewers fan that wants this team to make some big moves, you're probably gonna like some of the rumors that are potentially out there surrounding the Brewers. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the kids, the youngsters. Cooper Pratt, Luis Lara had a really good weekend this past weekend. So we'll give them some credit here too. So plenty of Brewers chat here as we recap the weekend, look ahead to a series against the Giants, and get you caught up on the latest rumors and rumblings surrounding the Brewers here. So speaking of baseball, the Express, they did drop 2 close games to the Wausau Woodchucks this past weekend. Then yesterday's game in Thunder Bay, suspended, postponed. They're going to do a doubleheader. They're going to pick up where they left off yesterday. So it'll be coming later this afternoon. So 2 games today for the Express as they take on Thunder Bay. And then they return home finally to Carson Park after a long road trip. They're going to be staying home at Carson Park for a big chunk of the rest of the season here, the final couple weeks here. And the Express, even with dropping a couple of games to Wausau, they're in a really good spot to win this second half division because they're a half game up on La Crosse. But if you remember, La Crosse won the first half division. So that means even if the Express finished behind behind the Loggers, they would get that second half championship. And they have a 5.5 game lead ahead of Rochester, who would be next. So even with a couple of games dropped by the Express, they're still in a pretty good spot here to hopefully capture that second half championship. We'll chat a little bit more about the Express around 9 o'clock with Pete Knutson, who will be joining us from the Express. So Pete will be joining us shortly after 9 for our Eau Claire Express Monday morning chat. Also on the docket here, we'll throw a little football chat in here too, as we are getting set for Packers training camp to open up. The first practice will be on Wednesday. So we're just a couple days away. Maybe some of you are going to the shareholders meeting coming up today. Packers releasing some of their financials and all that. But we are inching closer and closer to the start of training camp and some preseason activities. So we'll throw a little football chat in there too. It is a VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. So what's the best and what's the worst from the weekend? You can make your picks, again, by hitting us up with a quick message either on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or you can hang out on the Section 105 chats. And if you want to hit us up with your thoughts on LeBron James, you can. Although I think maybe some people are like, just finally it's done with and we can move on at this point. But in case you missed it, late Friday, LeBron going to the Philadelphia 76ers. So, but that's kind of your game plan for us this morning, and whatever else. If you've got any takes, any questions, any topic ideas, we are an open book, so send those on over too. We would love to hear from you. So let's pitter patter, let's get at her, as Joe says on the video stream. Let's talk some Brewers baseball to open it up here this morning. So let's take our first break, and then we'll get things rocking and rolling here on the leadoff, recapping a good weekend for the Brewers, taking a look at some of the latest rumors and rumblings, and previewing the upcoming game against the Giants. And lots of Brewers chat here for this morning. Justin will be joining us here in just a skosh too, so we'll be right back after these quick words. When you're looking for your next vehicle, choose a dealership that knows and cares about the community it serves. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls is proud to be locally owned and operated, providing hometown service and a better buying experience for drivers throughout the Chippewa Valley. Whether you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, or trusted service for the vehicle you already own, the team at Toyson Ford is here to help you out. Experience the difference of shopping local. That's Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, your hometown Ford dealer. All right, before we get to a little Brewers chat to kick things off on this Monday morning, we'll say good morning to Justin sitting across the way. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good weekend?
Very good weekend.
Yeah, good deal. So, hey, first off, I know Brewers. We're going to talk a lot about Brewers winning 2 out of 3. I'll say part of maybe for best of the weekend here. I don't know if you had a chance to. Did you watch the alumni game after Friday's loss?
I was able to catch like bits and pieces of it. I was working during the time, but it was on at the TVs at work, so I was able to kind of look up and watch it. I saw Casey McGee take that hit away from Braun, and I saw like Bill Hall hit a double. I saw that home run by Randy Wolf, so that was a lot of fun.
I really enjoyed it. I know they didn't, obviously try too hard, but Casey McGee laying out for that one-line drive. You could kind of tell maybe Braun really wanted to jack one a bit, but I enjoyed it. I know it was really quick. It was only 3 innings, but I give kudos to the Brewers for last year they did the alumni home run derby, and then this year they do a game here. I hope they continue to do stuff like this because I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So.
I went to the home run derby last year, and that was a lot of fun. I was hoping to make it to the game this year. I didn't, but it looked like a lot of fun. And like you said, I hope they continue to do it. Unfortunately, the Brewers play like those teams of old when they seem to honor them because they lost that game and they lost the home run derby one last year too. But it's always fun to see those guys come out. And yeah, Braun looked a little upset when Casey McGee snagged that ball at third base.
Yeah, he did. He probably was thinking double, at least 2 on there, or maybe even, depends on how much he was going to unleash the hammies.
He's one of the younger guys on those alumni teams.
Yeah, some of those guys maybe feel really old, seeing Giovanni Gallardo, all gray, Corey Hart's longer hair now, and some of them maybe with a little bit of a beard gut. Billy Hall looked with it. I'm like, man, I'm feeling really old seeing some of these guys.
And he was getting gray too.
I know.
It's amazing. I watched those guys as kids.
Yep.
They seemed like legends, and now it's like, oh, they're kind of like everybody else now.
Yeah. Yep. Cool to see Ben Sheets out on the mound. Jonathan Lucroy behind the dish a little bit there too. So no, I thought it was for about an hour or so. It was fun. To kind of watch and seeing some of those guys back on it. Because you're right. I mean, when I was younger, those were the teams. 2011 and 2008 were some of my favorite years as a Brewers fan. So seeing a lot of those guys back out there was pretty cool. So.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Even if I really couldn't pay too much attention, just looking up and seeing another legend basically every time, or at least another alumni was a lot of fun.
Yep. I agree. So kudos to the Brewers for doing that, and hopefully they can kind of continue to do that. But you're right. Friday they fell in game 1 of their series with the Rockies, but they came back and picking up a win Saturday and picking up a win yesterday. Yesterday, Mizorowski he was on a tear to begin that game. We kind of joked so far throughout the season, maybe kind of running out of things to say about Jacob Mizorowski, but then he goes and does another thing that's, another MLB best or a record or what have you. But, you're talking about yesterday, 50 as of, was it over 66 fastballs in the game yesterday. Every single one of them was in triple digits. The average was 102.8 miles per hour. Codify had this to say: as of 2 months ago, no pitcher had ever thrown 50 pitches at 100 miles per hour or more in a single MLB game, because, of course, they hadn't. Jacob Mizorowski has done it 7 times since then. 7 times since just 2 months ago. The kid's ridiculous. And, gave up the solo shots and just kind of maybe fell off the rails just a skosh there. I know Pat Murphy said afterwards that Miz wanted to go out for another inning, but I think it was smart to probably just take him out at that point in time. And, I know they're really probably going to be conscious about him and his usage up until October, but I mean, what else can you say about Miz and 12 Ks and just keeps racking that up? Dude's electric out there.
Yeah, I love watching him. I said it yesterday. I love watching all of baseball because I'm a huge baseball fan, but obviously I usually like watching hitting a bit more than when my team is pitching. But I said when Mizorowski's out there, I almost like to watch the pitching more because it's going to be top-notch stuff.
Right.
I mean, 5 innings yesterday, 1 earned run, and his ERA actually went up by .01. Like that's
0.01, yeah.
amazing to me.
Yeah, you're right. That's unbelievable. I mean, he has set the bar. I've used the analogy or the comparison to Aaron Rodgers when Aaron Rodgers was at the peak, and if he'd have a game where maybe he threw a couple touchdowns and like 275 yards, people are like, "What's wrong with Aaron Rodgers?" Poor game, average game, and it's like kind of Mizorowski's almost like that at certain points. He's like if he goes 6 innings and he strikes out maybe 9. What's wrong with Jacob Mizorowski? Kind of a bad, or in this case, 1 earned run, 12 Ks, and he actually bumped up his ERA just a little bit. He has set the bar so incredibly high, and rightfully so, but he has set it so high to where we almost expect greatness and epic performances every 5-6 days or whatever the next day is for his turn into rotation.
Which is amazing because he is 24 years old and in his second year.
Yeah.
I mean, he took this jump, I think, a lot faster than anybody was expecting.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I have loved watching every second of it.
Oh, 100. He has exceeded my expectations so far this year. I think we all kind of assumed he was going to be a little bit better than last year, but the jump, like you mentioned, that he has taken this year is astronomical. I mean, we're, my opinion right now, head and shoulders the easy Cy Young Award winner in the National League. When you look at it, no offense to Sanchez or any of those other pitchers, but I mean, it's Jacob Mizorowski right now. That is clearly the Cy Young. Dare I say, best pitcher in Major League Baseball right now?
Yeah, I don't think that's a unfair assumption, and I think the award is his to lose. Knock on wood that he stays healthy and finishes the year out good. But I'm always looking forward to his next start. Hopefully, planning on going to a couple games. I think yet. Hopefully, I can see one of them.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. When we talk about, I think for when you plan to go to a game, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, Mizorowski's one of those, like you go on the schedule and try to plan it out to like, okay, where's his start so we can go to that game and watch him. That's kind of how I mean, that's to me as a fan, that's like one of the best things is like ultimate compliments maybe you could pay an athlete is, okay, I want to plan my days around so I can go watch that guy pitch. So, especially if you got a younger kid like I do, and he's like, Dad, can we go see Mizorowski? It's like, I wish we could too. So, but, you mentioned he's 24, but this weekend too is also about a couple of guys that a little bit younger than him, and boy, they had some epic weekends. We're talking about Cooper Pratt and Luis Lara. Yesterday, Cooper Pratt collecting a couple more hits and a couple RBIs. Then Saturday, he collected 3 hits, including a home run, 3 RBIs for him. Luis Lara, couple of hits, couple of doubles Saturday, 3 RBIs for him, 2 RBIs again yesterday on 2 hits. So you look at Saturday and Sunday between the 2 youngsters, the 2 young guys who got contracts before they made their major league debuts. And right now, when you look at it for Cooper Pratt in his last 7 games, I mean, the man's hitting .435 and he's slugging .739 in his last 50 at-bats. He's hitting .380 and slugging .300. Last 30 games, a cool .290. And then Luis Lara, he so far this season, .303 with an .824 OPS. 33 total at-bats for him since being called up. And with that .303 average and .424 slugging. So tip your cap to the youngsters right now. They're a lot of times when we see these youngsters, maybe slow starts to their careers, and not saying these guys are going to continue to hit like this, but I mean, you look at a team that's half game behind the Dodgers for best record in Major League Baseball. And I think Pat Murphy, I think it was it Saturday night after the game, he talked about, how many 21-year-olds in Major League Baseball are making impacts for their teams, especially teams like the Brewers who are not only competing for a playoff spot, but maybe the the top spots in Major League Baseball. And the Brewers have like two, or he's calling Cheerio still a 21-year-old because he said Cheerio bought a fancy car apparently, so that's like knocked him down a year to a 21-year-old. But you look at those guys, yeah, they're big time contributors right now on a first place team.
And that's awesome because, again, all of these guys that you just named, Churio, Pratt, Lara, we have for 7+ years.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like, this is the core going forward. Hopefully there's 2 spots on the 40-man, maybe an extension's finalizing. I don't know. Maybe that's just trade stuff. But there could be another one coming, but seeing Pratt and Lara kind of already look this good. Lara's approach at the plate looks great. Pratt's hit a couple home runs recently.
Yeah.
His confidence looks to be basically at an all-time high. It is very, very promising for the future. And with the best farm system in baseball, even when these guys graduate from prospect status, I'm assuming that farm system will still probably be top 5.
You'd think so because they're so deep. When you got Fisher, who started off in single A with the Timber Rattlers, now in double A. You still got, Jesus is the top one that everybody's kind of waiting on. Pena's there too. It seems like every level, whether it's with the Rattlers or double A with Biloxi or triple A with Nashville, there's a prospect that a lot of Brewers fans are anxious to see kind of, continue to make the ascension. Jet Williams is a guy we haven't seen yet this year. You got the list right there. It's a loaded prospect list. And maybe potential trade for some guys. Let's go through some of the rumors because it was kind of an interesting weekend with some of the reports and rumors out there as we inch closer and closer to that trade deadline, which is coming up a week from today, August 3rd. So Brewers mentioned with some bigger names out there. Let's go through some of the latest rumors and rumblings. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. It happens every year. 1 minute you're outside, you're maybe grilling some brats, maybe you're heading to the lake or heading to some ball tournaments with the kiddos, and the next thing you know, you're shopping for school supplies and wondering where the heck summer went. But before the backpacks come out and the busy fall schedule takes over, now is the perfect time to freshen up your home with new flooring from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether it's soft new carpet for the family room, durable luxury vinyl planks for those muddy boots, or maybe some vinyl for muddy, like a mud room, muddy boots, with football coming up here with the cleats and that. Regardless, the team at Carpet City Flooring Center will help you find the perfect floor for your family and your budget. They are locally owned. They know Wisconsin homes, and they're committed to making the process easy from start to finish. Make the most of these last weeks of summer by stopping in the Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire today, because home is where Wisconsin families make their best memories. Obviously, Brewers are still winning a bunch of games. They're in first place. They're chasing the Dodgers for the best record, not only in the National League, but in Major League Baseball. But a lot of fans might be paying extra attention to this week because we are 1 week away from the MLB trade deadline. And we're starting to get maybe a couple more rumors and rumblings. And when it comes to the Brewers, well, there's a couple of reports out there that they have inquired on some of the bigger fish, big game hunting. Adam McCulvey, who covers the Brewers for Brewers.com, reports that the front office plans to be more aggressive than in recent years and that they have checked in on Tarek Skubal and Mason Miller. So obviously Skubal, one of the better, maybe the best starting pitcher potentially available. Mason Miller, Brewers like their hard-throwing relief pitchers or hard-throwing pitchers regardless, and adding Mason Miller to the back end would be something. You got Adam McCulvey, who covers the Brewers. I would imagine that he's got a pretty good source, or a couple of good sources there. One of the more interesting names, though, that apparently the Brewers have checked in on, and this is from The Athletic. Milwaukee reportedly has also looked in on acquiring C.J. Abrams from the Washington Nationals. Shortstop. That one's kind of interesting considering how well Cooper Pratt is playing, and they've locked up Cooper Pratt, for the long haul. But all right. Would that potentially, just because, let me just play devil's advocate with this, just because they have locked up Cooper Pratt for 7 years, does that make him non-tradable, or maybe it makes him look a little bit more attractive to potential teams? I don't know, but what would your thoughts be if the Brewers acquired C.J. Abrams by the deadline?
I would like it. Abrams is a stud. He absolutely destroys the Brewers, or at least he did this year. Yeah, but I don't know. I guess Pratt, maybe they ask him if he's comfortable moving to third, or if Abrams is comfortable moving to third. I don't know if any of them have played games there in the minor league. Pratt in minors. I don't know if Abrams has played any major league there. I know that you probably want to keep Pratt at shortstop because he's a plus defender there, but Abrams could also be. You're acquiring him, I feel like, more for his bat than for his glove.
Yes.
And so he could slide into that DH role, especially because Yelich, Yelich could maybe just take a back seat, a little bit. He's not hitting the best, and you don't want him to take a back seat. You're paying him so much, but I feel like that's kind of the path for Abrams. But I don't know. One of those guys you would think would have to move to third unless you traded Pratt away. But I don't want them to do that, and I really don't think they're going to do that. That's not a way a small market team normally thinks is, hey, we got this guy locked down for $8 million a year for 7 years. Let's go and trade him. I don't think they would do that, but it would be very interesting to see how C.J. Abrams would fit into the team as a whole.
Yeah, so I was just looking at some of the games where he has played when he was with the Padres when he was 21. He did play, looks like 13 games at second base. They even threw him out there for a few games in the outfield. But since being with the Nationals, he has been strictly a shortstop, just a couple games here as the DH too. So you would think that one of those guys, if this is legit, which I got to imagine there's something to it because, why else would the Brewers be attached to a shortstop when they've got Cooper Pratt locked up? So there's got to be at least some sort of interest in there. But you're right. It would make sense as one of those guys moving to third. Would it be C.J. Abrams? And you look at the contract here for C.J. He's under arbitration yet for a couple more years. He's not scheduled to be an unrestricted free agent until 2029, so he wouldn't even be a rental. I mean, the Brewers would have control with him for the next couple of years. So that's an intriguing option. And I think we have to remember, too, it wasn't that long ago. When the Brewers did acquire Mike Moustakas, they had a problem, too. It's like, where do we play Travis Shaw? So they had Travis Shaw playing some reps at second base. So, I mean, they've been down this path before where they've tried and moved other guys. So I would imagine if this is the case and Cooper Pratt would not be a part of any deal, I agree with you. I think Abrams is probably maybe the third baseman at that point. Then you got Abrams, Pratt, Terang, and then Bowers or Vaughn at first base. That's not a bad lineup.
Not a bad lineup at all. You just got to make sure everybody can play the position properly because it's funny. I remember looking up C.J. Abrams back when the Brewers played the Nationals in that first series when every time he came to the plate, something happened. And I was like, oh, he's got 2 years of arbitration after this. He's not being traded. And now Brewers are linked to him. I mean, it's exciting for sure. Mm-hmm. But again, like you said, it would just make that logjam in the infield, worse because you have Madej in the minors, you have Pena waiting in the wings, you have Pratt, you have Jet Williams. And like you said, there's control over him. So what happens then? Mm-hmm. It'd be really interesting to see, but I am not opposed to adding C.J. Abrams to the lineup.
So let's say, because you got the prospect list up here, and let's be real here. They got a couple options at third base. I mean, Andrew Fisher is just skyrocketing up right now in the minor leagues. You got Jet Williams there, and he's their fifth-rated prospect. With the ascension of Andrew Fisher and what we saw in the World Baseball Classic was kind of like this guy may have something, and that wasn't a fluke because he has proved in the minor leagues so far that my appearance in the World Baseball Classic was not a fluke. I'm a pretty darn good hitter. So seeing that, does that make Jet Williams more expendable? And if it were Jet Williams for Abrams, would you be all about that deal?
I'd be fine with it. Mm-hmm. I think Jet Williams, as much as I was excited about him when we got him, I think he is 100% kind of the odd man out here.
Yeah.
Because you look at shortstop, Madej has that, and even if you try to move him to third base, Pratt is in the way there. Pena is most likely taking your second base spot. It doesn't leave much for him. And like you said, Andrew Fisher, although I would like to see the hitting coach work with him on his strikeouts, that is the only thing that kind of alarms me. I think I saw he had 110 at-bats and 45 strikeouts. Mm-hmm. It's a little alarming, but he's hit 30 home runs now for the first time. So I would like to see, or I would say Jet Williams is kind of the odd man out. If we were going to trade a big prospect, I'd say Williams is the first to go.
I would agree. I think it's Jet Williams. Jesus is not. He's untouchable. He's not going anywhere. I would even say Pena maybe not. Just because he's in high A, there's no rush, right? You can be patient with him. Cooper Pratt. I don't think they're moving on from him. Lara, they're not moving on from him. And yet, just the way that Fisher has just exploded. For everybody that's wanted a power bat, especially on that hot corner on the left side of the infield, he seems like the up and coming guy. Coming up here. So, yeah, maybe I was excited too about the potential of Jet Williams because when he was acquired, you heard a lot from Mets fans saying not Jet. They're like, you guys got a really good prospect coming in. We haven't seen him at the major league level, and I think that's. I know he was. They talked about calling him up, and then he got hurt. But I think a lot of it has been, just the depth. The opportunities there. And, yeah, he's played some outfield. He's played some shortstop and third base. He has that versatility. But and maybe this adds a little bit more to his stock just because we haven't seen him at the major league. That potential is still there. So maybe that star is, shining kind of bright yet for Jet Williams too.
Yeah. Well, again, the Brewers are no stranger to flipping prospects.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at the Jonathan Lucroy trade, the big prospect they got, and that was Luis Brinson, who they turned around and traded for Yelich, I think, like 2 years later.
Yeah, because we were just waiting for Brinson, and it's like, oh, okay, they gave up a lot for Yelich, but that actually worked out.
Oh, it worked out great for the Brewers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think he's kind of, he seems like the odd man out right now. I mean, it would suck because, I was excited for him, but if it helps the Brewers on an all-in push, I would be all for it.
Mm-hmm. Mason Miller, that would be an intriguing one, and when you throw in a Trevor McGill and an Abner Uribe, and then we're just throwing out if it were to happen. I mean, that would give flashbacks to those Brewers teams that had the 7th, 8th, 9th just shut down. I mean, if you get to a lead and then you hand the ball over to those three, more times than not, you're probably feeling pretty good. You're going to close out that game. That would take a lot, I would imagine, because, I mean, I think the Padres have plenty of suitors if Mason Miller were to get traded. So that one, I think, would take a little bit more to probably get done. But no doubt about it, he would fit that bullpen in the back end for the Brewers.
100%. That's my one thing about Jet Williams, though. If you're going to trade him, I'd really, ideally, not like to trade him for a relief pitcher, especially a rental. I mean, if you're going to get a starter at somebody's caliber, like a Skubal or like a Alcantara, perfect. But the Miller one is the one that scares me. I just have a feeling. I worry, and it sounds crazy saying they're giving up too much for Miller because he is a stud. He is insane. But I do sometimes worry that they might give up too much, especially because McGill has looked phenomenal since his slow start.
Now, Miller has 3 more years of arbitration. So does that maybe change? Because he's not scheduled to be an unrestricted free agent until 2030. The other part in this whole thing, too, is the upcoming, what's the new CBA going to look like? Does any of that potentially change? I don't know. Would a lot of this stuff get grandfathered in? Who knows? But, I mean, just what we have to work with right now, I would imagine, for Yankees have been attached with Mason Miller, and these big teams have been attached with Mason Miller. That's just the fact that he's controllable for the next 3 years is going to up that price tag a whole lot more, too.
I'm going to be honest, I did not know that he had 3 years of arbitration left. That has completely actually changed my thought process. Jet Williams, I'm fine if we get Miller for him, knowing that he's got time, because I believe Trevor McGill's contract is up after this year.
I believe so.
So you need to find a starter or at least another premier setup guy. If you get Miller, or a closer, I mean. Miller will be the closer for sure in the future.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if Yoho continues to kind of improve, you could have a Yoho, Uribe, Miller final 3 next year, which would be a lot of fun to watch.
That would be a lot of fun. Yeah. Skubal, I still don't see happening with the Brewers, even though with some of their injuries to their rotation. Now, if it were to happen, okay, let's go. Let's ride, right? I mean, I'm not going to complain about it. I don't know if they would have the amount of capital to acquire Skubal. But, I appreciate, as a fan, too, I think we have to – I don't know what's going to happen in the next week, whether the Brewers stand pat, whether they're going to be aggressive. McCulvey says in his report that the Brewers plan to be more aggressive, but price could dictate a lot of that. I'm just glad that we're finding out that the Brewers are at least inquiring, right? They're like, hey, what's it going to cost? Are you willing to deal, or what's, if you are a Brewers fan that wants to see the Brewers add a couple big pieces, you're probably pretty happy hearing some of these stuff. Now, if it comes to pass where they don't make a move and you do want them to make a move, you're probably going to be a little bit upset. But it seems like right now, if we look at all these rumors, it sure seems like Matt Arnold is willing to at least open that door a little bit to make some moves.
I think they'll make moves. I really do. The thing is what moves are going to be made, because I feel like every year it's the inquiring. The Brewers are calling about these big names at the deadline, and then trade deadline comes and they get Nick Mears and Brandon Lockridge. Like, they're moves that could be, can be, they can be good in hindsight. And, they turned Nick Mears into a solid reliever when he was with the Crew. Lockridge looked like he maybe turned a corner this year, but they're not always the fun, splashy, shiny moves. I hope one this year, with how deep the prospect pool is, with how good they look. I hope they say, let's bust down the doors. Let's go for at least, like, maybe add at least one, if not two key pieces that really shows that they're going all in.
Yeah. Does it kind of give us maybe a hint, especially after Lance McCullers was designated for assignment? You mentioned a little bit earlier the 40-man roster. There's a couple spots open now. Maybe that's an extension to, again, one of their younger guys, or opening up spots to potential player acquisitions. I mean, I think it was last week when we were talking about this McCullers trade. It felt like Colton Gordon might have been the guy that they were really targeting, and Lance McCullers was kind of thrown. Well, now that you see it, it kind of feels like that was the case, that Lance McCullers had the name, but maybe wasn't the guy that the Brewers were really hoping to acquire, really wanted to acquire in this deal. But, I mean, you got a couple open spots now. It's hard not to speculate with a week left to the trade deadline and a team that's, in first place and competing for the best record overall, that maybe they're going to have a couple of those spots opened up for some players who are not on the team at this point in time.
Yeah, that's. I think that's what everybody was thinking, at least. I mean, I think it was Adam McCulvey that tweeted out, Brewers have 2 spots open, so there could be something in the works.
That's going to make this week. This is going to be a really interesting week here, too. So we're going to talk more about this trade deadline coming up here, and just maybe kind of getting a glimpse of where some of the teams are at. And there might still be a question mark, who's actually going to be sellers? And, did we get a clearer picture after maybe some of these weekends' games? So we'll hit that up coming up here, too. But we got to take a quick break before the top of the hour. We're already cruising through here. We're gonna wrap up the first hour coming up after these few words. Hey, what are you doing tonight? If you got nothing planned, don't forget VFW Post 305 has their music bingo nights on Monday nights starting at 7 p.m. So if you want to stay indoors where it's a little bit cooler out with the muggy temperatures and that, you can head on over to the VFW Post 305 located 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire and play with their Monday night music bingos. And maybe you're looking for a good meal or just some cold beverages. No better place than the VFW Post 305 right here in Eau Claire. Continue to send us your best and worst from the weekend. Our VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. You can hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or on the Section 105 chats on YouTube. We'll get to some of your comments coming up here in just a little bit. But we are 1 week away from that MLB trading deadline. And when you look at where things stand in Major League Baseball, as we try to figure out, well, who are the sellers at this point in time, did we get a little bit of a clear picture? I don't know. It's a little bit tough because you look at where the standings are, at least in the American League. I mean, Boston has completely changed their season around. It wasn't that long ago where we were talking about is Sonny Gray going to be traded, is Contreras going to be traded, is Chapman going to be traded. Well, they're in a wild card right now, and they just continue to win. And then you look at the AL Central. I mean, Cleveland is a wild card team, but Minnesota is only a game back. The Mariners are only 1.5 back. The Astros are only 2 back. Baltimore is only 2.5 back. The Tigers are only 3.5 back from wild card. I think there's a very good chance they're not going to trade Skubal because they're only 3.5 back from a wild card spot. Blue Jays are an interesting spot. They're 5.5 back. They were a World Series team last year and couple outs away from being World Series champs. They got a lot of attractive pieces that teams could inquire on. And then the National League, you got your Cubbies, Phillies, and Diamondbacks as the wild card teams, but Pittsburgh's only a game back. We're talking about C.J. Abrams. Nationals are only a game back from the wild card. Cardinals 1.5. Padres are only 2 back. Talk about Mason Miller. Miami's 3, and then the Reds are 5 back, and then you got the Giants here, who the Brewers are going to be going up against this weekend, which we'll preview here coming up just past 7. So a lot of these names that are being floated out there, I don't know if these teams know if they're going to sell them at this point because, we're a week away, but a lot of these teams, like the Nationals, would you trade C.J. Abrams if you're only a game back from potentially making a wild card appearance?
That's
a tough call.
It's a very tough call.
Yeah.
I mean, but part of it, you could be thinking, maybe the rest of the team is super young. You want to get a little bit younger. And I mean, another thing is you're looking at, if you're in the National League, you got the Dodgers ahead of you.
Yeah.
You're pretty much like, this might not be the year anyways, so, but that's tough. The Nationals already made one trade with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Which might show that they're selling. Marlins have lost 11 straight, but it is tough because there are not a lot of teams that are far back. Right. I mean, if you're looking 9 games or more behind, of the wild card at least, there are only 6 teams in all of baseball.
Yeah.
And if I recall correctly, the Athletics are fairly young,
yep,
and the Rockies are fairly young, and the Mets have a lot of large contracts. I mean, it's not exactly seller-friendly.
I think the Rockies, one more win, and they've already tied, or maybe they already did, their win total from last year already.
I think so.
I mean, that's how bad they were. But, maybe there's some improvement. But can you imagine if you're a Nationals fan and there's rumors that C.J. Abrams could be traded and your team's only 1 win away or 1 game behind making the postseason? A lot could be played out for sure. But from a fan perspective, that's got to be really tough to kind of hear. Yeah. Okay. So they got 42 wins or 43. So they need 1 more to tie their win total from last year. So at least there's some improvement from the. If you're a Rockies fan, you're trying to look for something, right? And it's like, hey, we're 1 win from tying our win total from last year. But it's if you're the GM of those teams too, I don't envy the position that you're in. especially like the Nationals or Twins. I mean, we were talking about, hey, Ryan would be a nice addition for this Brewers staff for a starting pitcher, but they may not want to trade him either if, they sold off on how many players last year, and I think they've exceeded a ton of expectations this year. The fact that they're just one out, and that AL Central, I think, is still up for grabs. I know the White Sox are defying a lot of expectations here, but you look at it, Twins are only 3.5 back, Guardians are only 2.5 back. That's still anybody's division too. So
anybody but the Royals,
pretty much.
But
yeah.
The only player they have is Bobby Witt, who they're not giving up Bobby Witt. No. I mean, this is the product of, you've got multiple teams with 60 wins. The Braves, the Brewers, and Dodgers are all just, they are like the top of the MLB, and the Rays have 62 wins. But I think this just causes everybody else to kind of be middling in the wild card. I mean, it is impossible to tell who are sellers right now. And this next week, I think, is going to be very make or break for some of these borderline teams.
I agree.
But again, it's not impossible. The Brewers traded Hader when they were in first place, I believe, and that caused them to spiral and fall out. So you could always see a team like the Nationals who just might think maybe it's not their year. They sell early on somebody, and I don't know. It'll be interesting.
It will be. All right, let's preview Brewers Giants. Shot clock's going to cut us off, so we've got some news updates to kick off the second hour. But we'll be back in the second hour to preview this upcoming series between the Brewers and Giants after these quick words. All right, here we go. Second hour kicking off right now, flying through on this Monday morning. Thanks for making us a part of your start. If you are up and at it, hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. If you did, share it with us for our VFW Post 305 best and worst of the weekend. You can hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or hang out in the Section 105 chat on the video stream. Let's kick off this hour talking some more baseball. We'll talk some more Brew Crew baseball here as the Brewers now heading out west to take on the Giants for a 3-game series that starts tonight. So it'll be late nights for these next few games here for the Brew Crew. So Brewers fans, you're going to have to stay up a little bit later. But Giants and Brewers tonight, Game 1. Brandon Sproat is on the mound here for the Crew. Sproat coming off his latest appearance against the Mets back on the 21st, where he went 4 2/3, gave up 2 earned runs, did issue 4 walks and 4 strikeouts. In 19 games, 17 of those he started. He is 3-5 with a 5.09 ERA. Tyler Mahl's getting the start for the Giants. He is 2-9 with a 5.31 ERA. He is coming off of a loss against the Royals back on the 21st. 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs in that game. So looking at this Giants team, it's a Giants team that I think is fair to say hasn't played up to the expectations that they had at the beginning of the year. A team that may be selling some of their pieces, although some of those guys be tough with the contracts that they have to move on from some of those guys. So we'll kind of see. But you look at this series, to me, again, take advantage of the schedule. If you're the Brewers, this should be a series even with, you got Sproat on the mound. Is it Drone and Logan Henderson, I think, for the other two? I think, is it Henderson second game, then Drone the third game? But regardless, you should win these series. If you are going to be one of Major League's best teams, you got to go in there and take at least 2 out of 3. I think that should be the expectation.
Yeah. I mean, I remember us looking at this schedule. I mean, you should be able to take 2 of 3 of these next 2 series. Hopefully, at least sweep 1 would be great. Although the Brewers never really play the best on the West Coast, so hopefully they can do something. But like you said, favorable matchup tonight. Tyler Mahl, that's probably the best person you can have going against Sproat. Mm-hmm. And then, if you're just looking a quick snapshot of the stats this year, Drone and Henderson are better than Roop and Webb, who they're facing. So this should be a series where you can win. And who knows what this Giants team looks like on Wednesday. They could deal with a few people because they have been one of the most vocal teams about selling. I know they said pretty much most people are on the table. Right. I know they said Arias was on the table.
Chapman, I think.
Yep. Webb, I think they kind of put out there. So, I mean,
I was just going to ask about Logan Webb. I mean, you talk about teams always looking for starting pitchers or pitchers in general. I mean, you look at the numbers for Logan Webb. Was he 5-7 this year? Maybe not to the level that we have seen Logan Webb for a lot of years, but I think we're also, you look at the rest of the team and maybe not getting the most help, kind of affects some of those numbers. But I mean, Logan Webb's under contract for the next couple of years. I don't think it's astronomical. $23 million for next year, prorated for this year. And then 2028 is $24 million, and then he's an unrestricted free agent. He's still 29 years old. I mean, surprised maybe not hearing a whole lot more about him. He has been mentioned a little bit out there, but maybe it's just because the likes of Skubal and Kevin Gausman kind of are overshadowing that.
It looks like, though, the Giants are kind of considering Webb more untouchable, though. Okay. As looking this. I thought they would be open to moving him, but I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if the Giants change throughout the thing. But like you said, this is a very winnable series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you mentioned that, not to look too far ahead, it's the Angels on there, and then they return home against the Pirates, and then you got the Twins, and then they go back to the West Coast for a big stretch of games with the Padres, and then the Dodgers on there too. So, but first things first, you got to take care of of business against these teams that should be winnable games. And years past too, I think you've heard a lot from Brewers fans that they played down to their competition. I don't know if we could say that though this year, really, when you think about this Brewers team.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they do this year. And I mean, you look at the record, they're 66-39. I mean, that's not a team that really plays down to competition. I was worried it was going to be another series like that, against the Rockies, and they kind of looked almost as if they were struggling to score runs against the Mets. And all the Marlins games were close, but I mean, at these last two games, the offense has kind of exploded. And, the top of the lineup's starting to come back around after they kind of went through a stretch, and the bottom of the order's really bringing it around. We talked about Pratt and Lara, but I mean, even Joey Ortiz is providing some much needed offense, and it's been a lot of fun to watch him at the plate recently.
It has been. Yeah, I kind of joked with my kid over the weekend. Or it might have been yesterday when he said Ortiz, because he was watching the game. I was doing something in the first part, so he's like, Ortiz hit a triple. I'm like, is he starting at short or third? He's like, third. I'm like, well, there's why. But it's kind of that's the feeling it feels. With Ortiz.
The funniest thing is, people will say your defensive position does not matter. With him, it seems like it does.
Yeah.
He starts at third base. Last night he had a double and a triple. Like 3 or 4 days ago, he was on cycle watch.
Yeah.
And then he has one game at short in between those, and he goes 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. I absolutely do think there is at least a mindset that goes into it. Maybe it just takes some pressure off, but it is funny how it seems like when he shifts to third, his offense, he produces.
Right. I don't know if it's just this comfortability. Does he not use a lot of energy that he does, like running around at short? I don't know. It's such an interesting. It's going to be an interesting when this season's done with, to kind of look at the final numbers of Joey Ortiz from third to shortstop from an offensive standpoint. Heck, even third. This is kind of a blanket statement, but some of the defensive plays he's made at third have been almost more impressive than what he does at shortstop, it feels. And that's a high bar, though, too, because he has been. He's a fantastic defender wherever he's at. But some of those plays that he has made at third, it's just, man, he's a special player. When he's like playing this well, he is a very special player.
And remember, like when they got him, that first initial year, and he played third for because Adames was your shortstop, and I think he ended the year with like a 245 average.
I remember he was hitting in the 3 spot for a few times that year.
Yeah, 239 that year with a 726 OPS. And then the 2 years at short, he looks abysmal at the plate, basically, just to put it light, just to say it how it is. But, I mean, maybe there is something there. I mean, I would love to see him at third. I can't find the splits, but
it'll be interesting with Ortiz, too. We were talking about C.J. Abrams and then, some of these other players, potential third basemen. How Ortiz finishes the season from the plate. And I look at what the Brewers did this past offseason with Caleb Durbin and Isaac Collins. The thought was, okay, the Brewers kind of knew or know that they may have already hit their peak, so they're going to cash in. Is that something maybe to watch? And I know this is way down the line here, but when we get to Ortiz, from, let's say he finishes off the season playing really well from the plate at third base, is that like for the Brewers, hey, let's cash in on that because we got a Fisher coming up potentially, or seeing what they do at the deadline way down the line here, but that'll be interesting to kind of follow too with Ortiz.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I mean, he'll just start his arbitration. You can't project that he's going to make too much.
Right.
So, I mean, I'd even be fine if they, because you do have Madej coming up. I'd even be fine if they did want to keep him around as a utility infielder because he can play all three. He can play third. He can play short. I think he's even played a little bit of second. So I'd be completely fine even just keeping him around.
Yeah.
Or if, Madej doesn't progress the way you want, I mean, he starts the year in AAA. If we have baseball next year, I mean, it will be interesting to see what happens.
There's nothing wrong with having too much depth.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. And I think right now when you look at this team, I know one of the questions that a lot of people are asking is how do you play all these guys? And then I know Pat Murphy has alluded to that, that's the game. I think for the most part, though, they've done a really good job because you worry about some of the younger guys when they don't play. All right, they need the ABs. They need to get out. But Cooper Pratt's hitting well. Luis Lara is hitting well. Joey Ortiz is hitting well. Garrett Mitchell is hitting well. Whatever plan they got, I think, is working really well. Pat Murphy has figured that out, figured out that rotation, and I think a lot of it is just that the guys are buying in. I think that's the biggest thing, is that these players are buying into the plan. They're buying into the game plan, and winning helps a lot, and that's what the Brewers continue to do here. So
I think Murphy, last thing, I think Murphy's a player's guy.
Mm-hmm.
People want to play for him.
Yeah.
It's kind of almost the opposite of Counsell.
Kind of seems like that way. Yeah. Really quick, Brewers record 39-25 against teams who are 500 or better. So if you do the math, 30-14 against teams who are under 500. So I don't think we could say that they're playing down to their competition. They're playing well against everybody so far. All right, we got to take a quick break. Back with plenty more, though, coming up after these few words. Got to give a shout out to our good friend Clay from Service Master Chippewa Valley. Once in a while, Clay will drop off coffee for the crew here, and I did that this morning. So big thanks to Clay and Clay, one of our big-time supporters here. Also a partner of the Kasper Classic and the Mobile Man Cave, Service Master partners of the Mobile Man Cave and the Kasper Classic, which is coming up next week. And spots are limited. I think we have set the record this year for the most teams in the 7:30 slot, too. So we still got a few more over there, but we just have one more left for 10 a.m. and one more left for 1 p.m. Quite a few of you signing up this past weekend. So if you want to make sure that you get your two-person team in, head to sportstalk1051.com, and you'll see the icon there. Click on that, sign up for $90, your two-person team. We'll get 9 holes, carts, meal, a couple drink tickets, and opportunities to win some great raffle prizes too. So big thanks to our partners like Service Master, Muldoon's, Park Ridge Distributing, Hy-Vee and Eau Claire, Edward Jones Financial Advisor, Kelsey Nicolai, Dodge, Cambridge, Myron Construction, VFW Post 305, Superior Auto Body, Home Oasis, Residence Branding, Claflin Construction, Carpet City Flooring Center, Economy Furniture, and our presenting sponsor, Window World. So big thanks to all of you again for helping support this outing to help support Backyard Dreams. Let's got a few VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekends. Ben says on the texting line, best of the weekend, Jacob Mizarowski, and seeing what he did yesterday. Worst of the weekend, this gosh darn humidity. That's a Wisconsin saying. It's not the heat, it's the gosh darn humidity. Another one from Jeff, best of the weekend. We are just a couple days away now from Packers training camp, football season right around the corner. Worst of the weekend, doesn't have anything. All right. Hey, sometimes we don't have anything. If it's a good weekend, it's a good weekend. Chris is saying best of the weekend, Brewers winning another series. Worst of the weekend, seeing them designate Lance McCullers Jr. I was kind of hoping that they would give him a couple more opportunities. Hopefully this means that there is another move to be made. So, yeah, I think this is going to be in golf, third, is it the moving day, and then like third round of that moving week here for Major League Baseball when it comes to the trade deadline, when you see a lot of these teams and just kind of looking at the schedule for a lot of these teams here, kind of maybe keeping an eye on that because, maybe it depends on what they do here in the next couple games here, but maybe series to watch. Baltimore, Detroit is a big one, maybe for both teams. Arizona and Pirates might be one too. Kind of, I know they're kind of hovering from a wild card standpoint. Marlins have a tough one. You mentioned a little bit earlier they've been losing a ton of games, and now they've got the Phillies. So I mean, if they fall back a little bit further, they could potentially. Blue Jays, Nationals, for crying out loud. I mean, those are two teams that are being mentioned as potential sellers. And then, Red Sox, I think we could take away Red Sox as being sellers. I mean, they've just turned this thing around and they've gotten right back on. You look at the Phillies and the Red Sox who let go of their managers, you kind of wonder, those moves may have worked. Especially, I mean, Phillies right away when Don Mattingly came in and they turned it around right away. Boston, it took a little bit, but they're right back in this thing. So those decisions right now looking like smart decisions when you see that.
Yeah. And sometimes the manager, that change can be astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, the Red Sox won 15 straight, which is kind of funny. They won 15 straight and still not second place in their division. That just tells you how bad the year was going for them.
Right.
But,
yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it is just like a culture change.
Different message, a different vibe, or maybe it's a little bit of a shock to the system for those players. You're like, oh, crap, So, but Caleb Durbin, I know he's been playing better as of late too. He's been a big part of I mean, he's already up to 10 home runs, and they're talking about maybe shifting him to potentially different spots with some more moves possibly being made by the Red Sox too. So, but maybe this is going to be a trade where it worked out for both parties then, because Kyle Harrison, he's getting closer to returning here too for the Brewers. So, and then obviously Shane Drowan was a part of that package too. So, but yeah, it's going to be moving week here, I think, when it comes to Major League Baseball. And I know training camps starting, preseason's right around the corner. It still doesn't feel that way. I know Green Bay's going to be starting up here on Wednesday with their first practice. But I'm just glad that the Brewers, again, are still playing as well as they are, because there's been too many times where it's like, can we please get the training camp and preseason so we have something else to look forward to talk about, because the Brewers are not going to do anything. They're not going to make the postseason. Brewers, again, doing their parts to keep Wisconsin fans, still engaged with their team. But I get the excitement with training camp coming around the corner. Players are back in Green Bay. You've got games coming up here and that, but it's still baseball season for me. I love my Green Bay. I'm going to be going over there to cover camp for a couple days, but to me, it's still Brewers baseball. It's still Express baseball too, because the Express are in first place and in a good spot to clinch the second half championship too. So hopefully an extension of their season, but. I think when it finally starts to feel like football season, to me, it might be like middle of August. But if the Brewers get first place, I mean, I think it's safe to say they're going to the. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel confident the Brewers are going to make the postseason here. But I don't know. When does it start to feel like football season for you? Maybe is it when the Brewers are done, when that's done, because you are such a big baseball guy, Justin, or is it maybe like more the temperature turn?
It's kind of sometimes the temperature turn. I'd say I'm usually invested in the football season right away when it starts. I'm looking at it, but it usually doesn't feel like full swing football for me usually until about week 4, which is normally when the Brewers are about done playing.
Yeah,
that's when I'm invested the entire time. I'm watching the Packers every Sunday, but for me, I am so into baseball, and especially like when October hits, if the Brewers are playing, it really does kind of make me sad to see everybody immediately turn to football when the Brewers are doing what they're doing, because this team is special and there's a chance for them to go deep into the postseason. I mean, I would love to see, them play in the World Series and see what that looks like, but I'd say probably around week 4, week 5 is kind of really when it starts to feel like football. And that's also when you find out kind of who these teams are in the NFL. You kind of can then start to see who the good teams are going to be and who the bad teams are going to be. That's when it really kind of starts to feel like, okay, we're into football now. Mm-hmm. But yeah, for me, I am still massively into baseball September, and then if the Brewers are playing in October, even when they're not, the baseball playoffs are just really fun to watch.
I love Major League Baseball playoffs. It's a different. It's kind of like the Stanley Cup playoffs. I love Stanley. I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but when Stanley Cup playoffs, it's like a different animal. And baseball, I'm a baseball fan all season long, but it's just, I don't know, the intensity of these baseball games is legit from the first innings through the ninth. I mean, even going to a playoff baseball game, Major League Baseball playoff game, the environment is different. The intensity is just ramped up a notch.
I was at that Brewers Cubs game 2 last year, I believe, and that was a fun game to go to. Brewers went down 0-3 in the first inning, and then Vaughn answers back.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a fun game. That was the Contreras, the home run celebration, the call at the bullpen. Yep. That was a fun game.
That's awesome. I still say my favorite game of all the football, basketball, baseball was Game 5, 2011 Brewers Diamondbacks. And I was there, and just that from first pitch to all the way through, easily the best atmosphere I've ever. Just the intensity, and then, Axford not closing it out, and then Nyjer Morgan we were all just sitting there like, Morgan, just get Braun up to the plate, because Braun was on such a heater, and then the little dribbler up the middle, and I had the confetti save from that game, and then my wife threw it away. In my beer cup that I saved from that too, because the confetti was just like piling in there, and don't have that anymore. So, but watching that Legends game, it just gave me those memories too, like seeing Braun, and McGee was a part of that. And I know Jerry Harrison Jr. kind of replaced him in that, but yeah, it's I want to get back to, I mean, even last year too. We've been spoiled to kind of, make these playoff runs, but I think it's fair to say too, we would just want a little bit more, just a little bit more to get over the top.
I mean, if you can make an NLCS and finish it in Milwaukee, there's a chance.
Yep, I agree. Best from the weekend from one texter, don't have a name, can't give you any cred, but it says best of the week, LeBron going to Philly so we don't have to hear about where he's going anymore. I will say I was a little surprised he did choose Philly. Not maybe from a talent standpoint. I thought he'd want to stay in warmer weather, whether it was West Coast, because a lot of the reports were saying it was up to his daughter, and family was a big reason, because did he want to uproot his daughter at the young age? So I'm like, okay, that means it's Golden State then, doesn't it? Or if it's just warmer weather, it's either that or Miami or going back home to Cleveland. But all right, he's going to Philly. Going to Philly.
It's weird going to the fan base with probably the worst fans, at least in the other sports, when it's a family decision. That's just kind of funny hearing that.
Yeah. Expectations, though, for the 76ers is going to be incredibly high for next year when you look at that team, and rightfully so, it should be. We'll see if they can play up to that. But, yeah, I mean, on paper, they look like a really good team. It's hard to argue against that. You could thank Boston, though, maybe for giving Philly Jaylen. The question is Jaylen Brown is not with the 76ers. Is LeBron going there? I don't think so. So, might be thank you to Boston for making that trade. So, all right, we got to take a quick break. Back with more in just a couple minutes. When your vehicle needs attention, make it easy on yourself. Just trust the team at AGM Automotive in Eau Claire. With 2 convenient locations, AGM Automotive makes taking care of your car, truck, or SUV simple. Need service? Hey, scheduling an appointment is quick and easy. Just visit ajmautomotiveservices.com and book online when it works for you. And if the unexpected happens and you're stuck on the side of the road, AJM's towing service is there to help you get you and your vehicle where you need to go. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, AJM Automotive Services is your local partner for honest, dependable auto care. 2 Eau Claire locations, easy online scheduling, trusted service when you need it the most. That's AJM Automotive, where they keep you moving. So, again, Brewers tonight, 8:45 first pitch. You can listen to the game on the radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Coverage will begin about 35 minutes beforehand for some pre-game coverage. So, again, 8:45 first pitch. Going to be a late one for this week, Brewers fans, with the Brewers out on the West Coast for a little bit of a West Coast trip, and then they'll be back home for a little bit, and then they got to go back to the West Coast later on here. So, with the trade deadline 1 week from today, if we look at it just from a Major League Baseball standpoint, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Brewers. It could be the Brewers. But what is the team, Justin, in your opinion, you're really kind of watching, or you're really curious to see if they either are going to be buyers or they're going to be sellers? Or who do you think is a team that has a big week this week to maybe determine that too?
That's probably Pittsburgh and Arizona are the two really big ones in my opinion. They're both kind of those fringe last wild card spot teams, and I could see those two either pushing all the chips to the table or maybe just waiting and biding their time. I mean, Pittsburgh, I remember their fans were boasting about having one of like the best offense, if not the best offense in the league. Or close to it, I guess. But so I'd be curious to see those two teams, what they do.
Pittsburgh is an interesting one too because they did spend a little bit in the offseason. You have Paul Skeens. Do you want to try to get to the postseason? I think Major League Baseball would love to see Paul Skeens, in the postseason. But you're Pittsburgh. Do you try to make a couple more moves to just get into the postseason because they did spend a little bit more this offseason. So I think Pittsburgh is definitely an interesting team to watch and see if they do become buyers and maybe try to push that needle or just push the chips in, like you said, to kind of get across that finish line. I mean, Brewers are an obvious pick too. I mean, how aggressive are they going to be? If we go to Adam McCulvey's piece at Brewers.com, how aggressive will they be? Will they make moves? Okay, I'll throw out an informal poll to people, and you can hit us up with the text. Do you want the Brewers to make a couple of big moves? Do you want them to be buyers, or do you want them to stand pat? They're not going to be sellers. I think they're not going to do another Josh Hader type. I don't think that's in the cards. And if that was, shame on them. Would you rather the Brewers stand pat because, hey, they're winning a bunch of games, you don't want to mess with chemistry, whatever your reasoning may be, or do you want to see them maybe be aggressive and add a player or two? What would you prefer?
With how, deep the prospect pool is, I would like to see them add a piece or two. Maybe add honestly, and even, I know we're everybody's excited about CJ Abrams. I'd be fine if they left the field where it is and even just added another starter for depth and somebody at the back end of the bullpen. Like, go out and get like one of the kind of like middle starters, and then add Mason Miller would be like perfect, I think. You don't need to do Scooble. You don't need to make a big splash with starter. Just somebody that can give innings and depth and still contribute to the team.
Right. There was one piece on there, and this was from, I think, a blog. But one pitcher that has been attached, I feel like, for a lot of teams the last couple of years, and even the Brewers, was Soriano from the Angels. And one article mentioned about Jefferson Kiro being a part of that. Now, Brewers love Jefferson Kiro from all accounts. He made his major league debut earlier this season. And when you look at, I mean, you got another catcher there at Double-A and Marco. But to me, if they do trade Kiro, I think that's almost a good sign for everybody that wants to see Contreras at least for maybe another couple more years. Because Kiro is just like, that's where I feel with Contreras, and maybe I'm saying this too because he's my kid's favorite player. But I almost feel, is this the last year or is next year for sure the last year of Contreras? Just because contract-wise and getting to that point, are they going to hand the reins to Jefferson Kiro here? But if you trade a guy like Kiro, then I think that kind of means, okay, no, Contreras is still a part of the immediate and maybe the short-term future for the Brewers. But Kiro would be an interesting one if they were to flip him for something in return, considering the depth, too, at that catching spot.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. If they do, you got to think that a Contreras extension is in the works, and you got to think the CBA is going to be part of that, too.
Yeah.
I mean, the Brewers are for sure keeping Contreras next year through his arbitration. I feel like with pitchers, they kind of trade them in their last year, whereas with hitters, they keep them. You saw it with Adames, and I think you're going to see it again. And I want Contreras to stick around. I really like him. But yeah, maybe like with the CBA and everything, and if you do trade Kiro, maybe there is maybe a short 3-year extension or something for Contreras.
Yeah.
Which I would love to see personally. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he is moved, because you could move him. I mean, and you got to think a Contreras extension could get done for, I don't know, what is that going to cost you? Maybe.
Well, he's got a player a club option for next year, and it's $14.5 million, which I think if you're the Brewers, that's easily you pick that up. Right, 14.5 for Contreras. Yeah, 100%. You pick that up if that comes to fruition. You're paying him $9.4 million this year. They avoided the arbitration with that 1-year deal with the club option that they signed beforehand. So, and then he would be a unrestricted free agent in 2028. But yeah, I think so much is going to be dependent on what does that CBA look like. Does it have any ramifications on whether there's going to be a salary floor, salary cap, which I kind of chuckle. I'm sure you've probably seen the commercials from Major League Baseball out there, really pushing the narrative of fans want this salary cap, and they're putting the public pressure on the players union and that. So I chuckle at that, but yeah, I mean, if there is something where maybe it kind of lowers the value of some of these contracts, because if there is a salary cap, I wouldn't mind Contreras sticking around for a couple of years, not only from an offensive side, but I think he is a big reason why this young pitching staff has so much success too.
Oh, 100%. He's back there calling the things, and it's funny you talk about the ads, because I'm pretty sure on YouTube one time I saw one from the players that was like, don't restrict our money. And I'm just thinking, if you're the common fan, I don't care. You make so much more than everybody else.
Yep, because I think the player, if we did like a poll, I think the majority would side with the messaging from Major League Baseball, salary cap.
Yeah.
When you hear a player who's making multi-million dollars and saying, hey, don't restrict us from demo, you're not going to win a lot of fans support with that. This is such a big PR battle. I don't know if it'll make a difference in the end, to be honest with you. When I see those, I just kind of just chuckle and shake my head. I'm like, that's kind of funny.
I'd even be fine with just implementing the floor, which sounds like a floor has been agreed on, and it was like 170 or something like that.
Yeah.
So the Brewers would have about $35 million more to spend.
Yep.
So you got to spend it somewhere. Contreras extension could be one of the spots.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be fine even if the CBA just ended with just a floor this time, and then revisit a cap next time around.
I agree.
If the Dodgers win another 3, I don't know how long the CBAs are, but if the Dodgers win another 3 championships in that time period, maybe it's even in writing. If a team repeats, 3 times, a cap is going to be needed or something.
It's going to be interesting to see who does win the World Series this year, because I think you can make one argument. You look at all these teams that are still in it. We're talking about buyers and sellers. And it's great, I think, from a player standpoint, they can use that as their argument. See how many teams are, but if it all said and done is still the Dodgers that win it, then that's why that's where the money comes in, is the playoff success, right? I mean, I think that's where we kind of look at it right now. Yeah, Brewers and some of these teams, they make the postseason, but it's like when they run into the big spending teams, not all the time, but it seems like more so as of late, it's the big spenders are the ones that come out on top in the playoffs.
Well, and it helps that the Dodgers can rest Snell and Glass now as much as they want and have them ready for the season. Brewers can't rest Mizorowski for, 30 games. They need him, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So a couple more texts before we have to take our final break for the second hour. Surveyor Sam says, best and worst. Best, going on the annual canoe trip with my cousins down to St. Croix and catching a 38-inch muskie. Worst, water level being so low that the rapids were more of exposed rocks and us having to portage much of the second day. Jared from Manitowoc says, best about the weekend, drank a lot of beer. Worst about the weekend, drank a lot of beer. So, been there before. All right, let's take a quick break as we start to wrap up the second hour. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. The countdown to fall sports is on. From Friday night football to volleyball, soccer, cross country, athletes across the Chippewa Valley are getting ready to compete. But when injuries happen, getting the right care matters. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine specializes in helping athletes get back in the game with expert orthopedic care, sports medicine, and treatment that you can trust. Whether you are a weekend warrior or a high school athlete chasing your goals, their team is here to help keep you moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, your partner in staying active, healthy, and ready for the season ahead. I have another texter. Kevin says, best of the weekend was watching the Brewers Legends game. I had a lot of fun with that question. Who was a legend that wasn't there that you would have liked to have seen play in the game? I think the easy one for me would have been Prince Fielder. That would have been, and I know BA did say that he was invited. Nigel Morgan was invited, just scheduling conflicts. I think Robin might have been a little too old, but that would have been kind of fun to see Robin Yount out there and maybe try to hit one off of Ben Sheets or something. I'd throw his name. Paul Molitor might still get a base hit. I mean, he's collected a few in his day and age. So I think Fielder, though, would have been just to see that violent swing, and if he could have tattooed one over the fence.
Maybe he was upset we traded his kid.
That too. So I know CeCe was busy with Hall of Fame, but that might have been another fun one to see CeCe Sabathia back there and playing in that. So
yeah, CeCe might be my pick, or Ricky Weeks. Ricky Weeks is a fun one.
Yeah, where was he? He's still with the organization.
I think so. Yeah, maybe he can't. I don't know. I don't know.
I didn't even think of Ricky Weeks.
He's got an office position with him.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. Hey, maybe 5 years Craig Counsell can play in that because he might not have a job. So
I don't think we'd want to see him play in that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that. Yeah,
I remember.
We'll save that for another time.
When I went down to Arizona, they had a picture of their team. Or kind of like a band, like almost like a Champions thing, around the outside where you go to sit. And I saw Craig Counsell on one. And I took a picture and sent it to my dad. Said enemy spotted.
Nice. Do you think whenever it's done, maybe he doesn't win a World Series with the Cubs? Eventually, he'll be welcomed back, like a Favre, right? Possibly.
See, here's the thing. I was talking with my dad about that. I don't know, because when Favre left, he went to the Vikings, who is not really considered. I mean, for us, that is the Packers' biggest rival because of position base where we are. But if you were down in Green Bay or asking anybody down there, the biggest rival is the Bears.
It's very geographic.
Yeah, so Favre went to still a divisional rival, but people wouldn't say the greatest rival. And he did that because he was like, well, I want to play them 2 times a year. I want to beat them 2 times a year. And this was like, I feel like for him it was, well, they traded me. They didn't want me. I'm going to show them that I've still got it. Counsell left when the Brewers were winning. They were in their prime. They were winning the division, and he went to their biggest rival. I'd consider the Cubs the biggest rival right now. Mm-hmm. I hate losing to them more than anyone. He went to their biggest rival in the Brewers' heyday because they offered him a big bunch of money. And the difference with him and Favre is Counsell is he's the manager, not a player, and he grew up here, and I remember when he became manager here, he had that big, I know who you guys are because I am one of you, like discussion with, like talk to like commercial with the fans that was like, he's the manager now. So I think that's why I don't know if Counsell ever will be welcomed back, because that was, for me, it's such a drastic move. Mm-hmm. Whereas Favre was just kind of move out of pettiness. Counsell, that was a very conscious decision.
That's a great point, and I think you bring up the point, too, that Counsell is a Wisconsin guy. I mean, his dad worked for the Brewers, and I think what grew more questions was when Counsell said that was like his dream job was the Cubs, and it's like, so were you a Cubs fan when you were a kid then, when your dad was working for the, it just kind of, I have more questions surrounding that then, because it just felt like Wisconsin guy. Dad worked there. You played there. And you're right, because when Counsell was first hired as like a GM assistant, I think we all kind of knew Counsell might be the next manager whenever Ron Renneke goes. And it ended up being quicker than I think a lot of people anticipated, but it worked. And yeah, and the fact that he left on his own accord to go to the Cubs, where the Cubs already had a manager in David Ross, who was a beloved Cubs player too. Yeah, it's going to be interesting when Council's career is done. There's going to have to be a little bit of a grace period, quite a bit of a grace period, I think. So, but really quick too, another texter said, "Do you think the Brewers will eventually retire Ryan Braun's number 8?" I do. I think they will.
I don't think so.
Why not?
I think the PED stain was big enough for them not to do it. It might be kind of like an honorary thing where it's not, nobody really ever wears it again out of respect. But I don't think it's getting retired because of that. And honestly, I don't know if he did enough. I'm going to be honest. I mean, retiring a number is the biggest honor somebody can have. And maybe they do, but I'd say like right now, I don't know if anybody gets that honor. If the Brewers win a couple World Series with Yelich, and he's like a big part of it, maybe even World Series MVP, I could see him getting it. I don't know if Braun, because of the PED scandal, if he gets it.
I think he does because Mark Anastasio loves Ryan Braun. Their relationship. The fans obviously still love Ryan Braun. He kind of got, was it the wall and the walk at the same time? That was kind of the next step. And I think it's one of those two. As more time passes, it becomes a thing. And honestly, I feel like, too, just the fact that the Brewers don't have a lot of numbers retired might play into it a little bit because there's not a lot going there. Or it could be, the honorary thing where nobody has worn 8 since then, right? Nobody's donned the number 8 Brewers jersey. But the wild card for me is Mark Anastasio because that's Mark Anastasio's guy. That's Ryan Braun's his guy. That's his dude. Obviously, still a great relationship. As long as the Anastasio family is there, I will always put it as a possibility that could get retired.
It's a possibility. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about the relationship that they have. I wouldn't be opposed to it because I loved Ryan Braun growing up, and he did kind of put the Brewers back on the map in terms of baseball. He stayed here the entire time too.
And I think that's part of it too, is that he was Brewer from beginning to end, but some of it could have been he might not have had any other options towards the end too. So, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know what other Brewer would have their number retired.
Currently, none of them.
Like you said, Yelich, if they win a World Series. If they win a World Series, Pat Murphy's going to have a statue. So, I mean, that takes care of that. So, he'd go down as the best manager in Brewers history in 3 years, 2-time, back-to-back, maybe even 3-time, back-to-back-to-back. So, all right. Shot clock's going to cut us off. Thank you, Justin, for hanging out with us for a couple hours here this morning. We are approaching halftime. Reminder, we're going to talk some Eau Claire Express with Pete Knutson coming up in about an hour. But continue to send us your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. 2 in. We got 2 more to go. We'll be back after these news updates. Third hour kicks off right now on this Monday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start on this Monday morning. Hopefully you all had a great and absolutely fantastic weekend where maybe you don't have a worst from the weekend. But if you do, send us your best and worst from the weekend. It's the VFW Post 305, best and worst from the weekend. Text it to us, Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or Section 105 chat room. Then you can join the crew over there. Coming up in about an hour, we'll catch up with Pete Knutson from the Eau Claire Express. The Express going to be wrapping up their long road trip with 2 games today in Thunder Bay. And then you're talking about the Express staying home for the rest of the week all through Saturday. Also, put this on your calendar. Thursday, July 30th is another Tailgate Thursday with the Express taking on the Rochester Honkers. So we'll have another Tailgate Thursday coming up this Thursday, July 30th. Hopefully it won't rain this time. All right. Last couple times we've done Tailgate Thursdays, we've gotten some showers. So maybe that's the jinx of it. I don't know, but plan accordingly. All right, plan accordingly. What else do we got on the docket here? We're going to talk some football as the Packers get set for training camp practice to open up on Wednesday. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Shareholders meeting going on today. There's some stuff. So I want to hit this up coming up a little bit later on here. But so Ed Policy, revealing some of the financials. And remember, Green Bay is the only team that has to, since shareholders, public and publicly owned in that. And there were some comments and there were some numbers that I think we gotta put it in perspective here. And I know some people are kind of running away with it, saying, "Oh gosh, are the Packers in financial trouble?" Just pump the brakes a little bit, okay? So we're gonna get to that here in a little bit later on this hour. Brewers back at it tonight. Late game, 8:45 first pitch against the Giants. West Coast trip here for the Brewers. 1 week from today is the trade deadline. Brewers fans, if there was a player out there that you would like to see, a player that has been rumored to be on the trade deadline, okay? So not like a Juan Soto or an Ohtani. But if there was a player that has been rumored to be on the trade deadline, who would you like to see the Brewers go after? There have been big names recently mentioned with the Brewers. Adam McCulvey, who covers the Brewers for Brewers.com, said that the Brewers have checked in on Skubal and Mason Miller. There was also an article from The Athletic over the weekend that C.J. Abrams, that the Brewers have inquired. So, I mean, that's big game hunting, big game fishing. So, of some of the names, and it doesn't necessarily have to be attached with the Brewers, just maybe a trade deadline named has been thrown out there. I think we could take anybody off the Red Sox. So Sonny Gray's probably off the table. Chapman's probably off the table. But is there a player where you're like, oh, man, is it still Skubal for you? What you got? So send those on over. 715-830-1912. We got a couple more texts saying best of the weekend was that Brewers Legends game. I enjoyed watching some of the players that when I was younger, seeing them in action. Billy Hall looks rather old, but maybe could still swing the bats. How about Ryan Braun? Looks like he could still suit up. Yeah, he's in shape, man. He's in shape. I'll tell you the one player and I get it. I mean, they didn't, take the hitch off and run like 100% and that. But I'll tell you what, I was cool to see Ben Sheets. I was excited to see Ben Sheets out on the mound. You don't hear a lot anymore, I think, from fans talk about Ben Sheets or remember Ben Sheets. And I think part of it was just the era of Brewers baseball. The team was bad, but Ben Sheets was good. And I know he was banged up here and there, but I was excited, happy, pumped to see Ben Sheets out there. And I was excited to see them kind of showcase him a lot, interview him a lot, mic him up. It was just cool to see Ben Sheets interacting with the Brewers, a part of the Brewers. And after their game, and he was talking, declared that this is going to be the year for the Brewers. And when he was asked, you come back when they celebrate the championship, and he said, "Oh, you bet." So I thought it was cool to see Ben Sheets getting involved in that. So, Jesus Aguilar, does Eric Thames look bigger now? Like, I'm talking muscular. How does that guy fit in a jersey? That dude, his biceps are bigger than my whole body. I swear. That guy, holy moly. How does he even swing a bat? He looks so ripped. It's like the meme, walking through the door and you can't fit with your arms in there. Is it like the Chris Farley thing? You know where the weight room is? That dude looks more jacked than what he did with the Brewers. How can he swing a bat? Probably can't like in a real Major League Baseball game, but holy cow. Massive pythons. But yeah, seeing like Yo-Yo, Giovanni Gallardo, and Corey Hart with longer hair now, did make me feel a little bit old too. I was telling Hudson, I'm like, hey, some of these guys, Hudson, they were playing when me and your mom were just, kind of starting off dating, and that just made them feel a whole lot older for him too, and made me feel a lot older. But I'm glad the Brewers do stuff like this. And they started off with the home run derby. I was rooting for a tie, so it would have gone to a home run derby. But I'm glad that they do this. A smaller team, incorporating getting a lot of their players back, former players back, keeping them in the fold, keeping them a part of the family. Green Bay does this a lot with, in games, they have alumni introduced before every game. It's like Green Bay, and I get it. Green Bay's got a bigger history, a longer history, but I think Green Bay does a really good job with their alumni and keeping everybody, still a part of the team, part of the franchise, part of the family. And I think maybe the Brewers are trying to do a little bit more of that because, when you think about your Brewers players, you think about a lot of the guys from the 82 team. Molitor, you got Raleigh Fingers in there. Then it's the Cecil Coopers, the Jim Gantners. But then there's like some eras where you kind of don't hear a whole lot about those players. And I think maybe the Brewers are trying to change that a little bit. And I think that's good. And I think fans appreciate that too. It's just good to see some of these players getting back into the fray or being more involved with the team. So, all right, let's take a quick break. And let's switch gears here and chat a little football. I want to go through Ed Policy's comments about the financials being released and kind of maybe pump the brakes on some of the narratives that are being thrown out there. I want to pump the brakes here a little bit. So let's do that. We'll take a quick break and be right back after these quick words. When it comes to feeding your family, quality matters. And for great tasting meats, you don't have to look any further than Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From fresh cuts of beef and pork to delicious brats, steaks, and all your favorites for the grill, Mike's Star Market brings you the quality and service that you expect from a true local butcher shop. Whether you're firing up the grill, planning a family meal, or stocking up the freezer, stop by Mike's Star Market and experience the difference of shopping local. Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. Quality meats, hometown service, and a tradition that you can taste. So we got Packers shareholder meeting coming up. And ahead of that, Packers releasing their financials. They have to. Publicly owned team. So some of the numbers that came out, some of the comments from Ed Policy has generated, again, a conversation about are the Packers in good financial shape for the future? You know, it goes back to the naming rights thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, let's give you the numbers here. This is, again, from Packers.com. Packers remain in a strong economic position despite the franchise's annual financial report looking a little different this year. They had a 55% increase in net income due to a surge in non-operating income and higher operational costs due to a combination of player acquisitions and departures. So Packers reported $132.5 million in net income for the fiscal year. They also reported $133.6 in non-operating income from net investment gains, both local and national, and the NFL sale of the NFL Network to ESPN. But the Packers operated at a loss of $1.1 million. The primary reason for some of that is, well, you look at some of the player contracts and acquisitions and player movement. So, as Packers.com noted, the Packers endured an uncommon year financially due to a combination of player acquisitions and departures. The structures of some new contracts, along with the required accounting of accelerated costs on released and trade player deals, all hit the ledger in the same year, which accounted for the $131.7 million increase in player costs. The national revenue increased $20.6 million to a record $453.2 million, continuing the long-term growth and partnership that the Packers have with the league. But the home schedule, remember, too, just 8 regular season games, down from 9 in 2024. Ed Policy saying, quote, "The NFL is more competitive and more expensive than ever. We want to ensure that our football leadership has every tool in the toolbox to build a competitive roster, and we do." Now, some of the other stuff. Ed Policy did say, quote, "The franchise remains in great shape. In the short and medium term, there are no major financial concerns, and we will continue to do what it takes to compete at the NFL landscape as the NFL landscape changes and evolves, which includes being intentional on generating more local revenue." We're going to get back to that local revenue here thing in a second. We are, however, keeping a very close eye on current trends and how they may impact our long-term financial health. Those trends relate to the challenges the Packers may face in keeping up financially with the rest of the league's clubs, which have access to capital via private equity and limited partners purchasing small, non-controlling stakes in teams. It's like other teams have an ATM that we don't have, Ed Policy said. As the league's only publicly owned franchise, the Packers don't have access to such capital, and their roughly once per decade stock sales raise a small fraction compared to others' private equity offerings. Other teams also have significant public money invested in their redeveloped or new stadiums, which allows them to spend more money on non-capped football operations. From the Packers' perspective, Lambeau Field, which will soon be the league's oldest stadium, will need considerable investment for continued maintenance as well as future improvements to remain a cutting-edge facility. Ed Policy went on to say it's critical to have a long-term plan in conjunction with the city, county, state, and stadium district board to keep Lambeau Field both iconic and state-of-the-art. Now, everybody talks about their corporate reserve fund. And it may be hard for us to kind of put this in perspective because this is money that we would never be able to grasp. But it says the Packers now sit at $701 million in their corporate reserve fund. It remains an important strategic asset that the franchise must use responsibly. But again, comparatively speaking, that amount has taken more than 30 years for the Packers to save, while other clubs can raise just as much in the matter of months. That's the big difference. A lot of people will say, well, they've got all that in their reserve. But if it takes the Packers 30 years to save that, whereas other teams can maybe put that type of money up in just a few months, that's a huge difference. That's a huge difference. Now, Ed Policy told NBC 26 that the Packers are focusing, and this is from Pro Football Talk too, but the Packers are focusing on having more major events, non-Packer games at Lambeau Field. They're good for us. They do generate revenue, but they're also great for our community and for the regional and local economy. And this, again, kind of goes to Ed Policy with his concern about the basic financial differences between a publicly owned team and the other 31 privately held franchises. He did say that we want to focus a little more on college football games and premier soccer games. They're just a little bit easier on our field and easier for the field to bounce back from. But we will host concerts from time to time. We're very pleased with the Luke Combs concert. It was actually 2 back-to-back concerts that we held for the first time in Lambeau Field, and we hosted, I believe, approximately 93,000 people. So we are putting more effort towards those events. Very excited about having the Notre Dame-Wisconsin game coming here, but we'll continue to look at those. There will be college football games, premier soccer games. There could be a winter event coming up. We'll see. We're working on that. Potentially. Got to wonder if it's a winter event, another hockey game, outdoors, Lambeau Field. It'd be like, I feel like that's the one area, if Green Bay's trying to come up with other events to do in the downtime, February through like March, April, hockey game. That seems to be a likely scenario. So, but a narrative has been out there saying, oh gosh, are the Packers in financial trouble? Here we go. Let's pump the brakes here. It's Ed Policy's job as the CEO to look at the bigger picture, to look at the long-term potential issues that Green Bay is facing. That's his job. That's what he has to do. And I'm glad as a Packers fan, who's a shareholder too, that don't matter to me. But as a Packers fan, I'm glad he's looking to the future. He's got to have an eye on the present, no question about it. But in his role, in his position, he has to look at that long-term future too. Because gosh forbid we ever get into a time period or into a point where we're saying, oh my God, or is the Packers really in financial trouble? We never want to get to that point. We never want to do that. And that's his job. That's part of his job. That's part of his role, is to make sure that they never get to that point. That's why he's bringing up some of that stuff right now. Are they in financial trouble? No. Will they be in financial trouble? Not anytime soon. But it's his job to maybe have that eye towards the future just in case they get to that point. The NFL is growing and it's bigger. I mean, look at these franchise sales. Like, what? The Seahawks just sold for, was it $10 billion? That's why you see a lot of these teams now. You're very rarely, if ever, going to see one family, one person be the sole owner of a team. Because these values of these franchises have gotten so high. that they need other investors. They need other people. Hey, can you chip in? You chip in a few $100 million and be like a 20% owner of this team? It just continues to grow. It continues to get more expensive. So operating expenses get more, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's got an eye towards the future. But right now, we're good. And like I said, too, you look at Green Bay, some of the contract moves that they made, player moves that they made, that's part of it, too, while, because you're going to see headlines that says Green Bay operated in the minus. Look at the bigger picture here. Break it all down, okay? Break it all down. It's fine. Don't click on that clickbait. And if you do, follow it with a little bit of a grain of salt, but also dig a little bit deeper. Don't just run with the narrative like, oh, God, Green Bay operating in a negative. Here we go. They're going to move. They're going to fold. Stop. Because I've been seeing some people on social media doing that. Maybe some of them are non-Packers fans and having some fun and poking some fun at it. But they're fine. But I do give credit to Ed Policy for keeping an eye towards the long-term future too. It's kind of a wild west in an extent because we don't know how just big the NFL can grow. I mean, nothing's really stopping this train, this NFL train. Nothing's really stopping it from continuing to get built, or maybe an avalanche is a better comparison. Nothing is really slowing this thing down from growing and growing and growing and growing and getting bigger and more expensive. And we as fans, we're partially to blame. We're a big part to blame because we consume it. We eat it up. We love it. We live and breathe it. It's why the NFL has been successful in making it a year-long sport. We eat up schedule releases. We eat up the draft. We eat up training camp, combines. Anything that has the NFL shield on it, give me some of that. It's addicting. So we're partially to blame for this too. All right, let's take a quick break. And we'll be back with more after these quick words. Nobody plans for an accident, but when the unexpected happens, you want a team that you can trust. And at Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, they're proud to be locally owned and operated, providing quality collision repair and hometown service to drivers throughout the Chippewa Valley. Their experienced team takes pride in every repair, treating your vehicle with the same care and attention that they would give their own. When you need collision repair that you can count on, choose the people who live and work right here in your community. Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, locally owned, locally trusted, and here to get you back on the road. Back to some more Brewers chat hill this morning after another series win for the Brew Crew this past weekend. Now getting set to take on the Giants for a 3-game series. Big week for a lot of teams here, whether they're maybe trying to figure out if they're going to be buyers or sellers or standing pats. What do you want the Brewers to do? All right, let's kind of do an informal text poll here. What do you want the Brewers to do? Do you want them to maybe make a splash? Go big game hunting? Stand pat? I don't think we want anybody to be sellers. So, or do you say, not necessarily big game hunting, but maybe a little depth from the bullpen. Maybe another bullpen arm or that, but not like a Mason Miller. What would you like to see Matt Arnold and this Milwaukee Brewers team do? You know, you hear a lot about chemistry, team chemistry, and I think there's some merit to that. But I also think there's something to the fact that you got to trust your current clubhouse, your player leadership, and your manager that if you were to add a brand new player to this team, that you already have the structure in place within that clubhouse and within your leadership that it wouldn't affect team chemistry. And I do believe that the Brewers have that in place with Pat Murphy, with their player leadership. I think they have that in place. So do you want to see the Brewers be really, like Adam McCulvey noted? They've checked in on Skubal and Mason Miller. There's other reports out there that the Brewers are going to be more aggressive than they have been in years past. Now, how aggressive? I think a lot is going to depend on what the price tag is going to be on for some of these guys, for some of these players. They may go into this thing with the thought of, okay, we're open to making some moves. But I don't think they're going to be stupid about it. I don't think they're going to just, go in like with a kid in a candy store and overpay for everything. Just to get guys in. I don't think they're going to do that. And I don't want them to do that. I want them to be responsible in their moves. And not just completely obliterate or wipe out their farm system. I don't want to see that happen. And I don't think it will. Matt Arnold, he doesn't seem to be all about that. I do wonder how much, if there is any, with a team where they're at right now in the win-loss column, second best record in Major League Baseball, and consistently have been up there, right? I mean, they have consistently this year been one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. It's not just kind of like what Boston's doing on this epic winning streak, and it's like, whew, that's why the Brewers are up there. They've been consistent. This was from Dominic Cotorino, who you hear on the Brewers Radio Network. This is just how consistent the Brewers have been here in the last month or so. Dominic tweeted out 31 minutes ago, since June 23rd, the Cubs have won a series head-to-head against Milwaukee, seen Pete Crow Armstrong establish himself as an MVP candidate. They're 19-9 over that time, but they've only gained a half a game on the Brewers. So Cubs have been playing well, very well in the last month. Pete Crow Armstrong has, say what you want about him, and I've been skeptical of him too. He has played a lot better than what he began the season with. Yet they've only gained a half game on the Brewers. It's just like the Crew have this thing in cruise control right now. And you hope that maybe they got another level. They got another, gear to shift into when they get to the postseason. But yeah, I'm trying to. The Abrams, of all the names that have been attached to the Brewers so far or rumored with the Brewers so far, Mason Miller, okay. I don't think that's going to happen, but it makes sense. Skubal, I don't think that's going to happen, but it makes sense. The CJ Abrams one surprises me a bit. He's under control, arbitration for the next few years. It's just shortstop. Would you move him to third? Does that mean Ortiz is out? Is he just kind of a primary utility guy? I wouldn't. I'm not going to be mad if they acquire Abrams. I'm just curious on the fit. Now maybe we can look at recent history. They acquired Moustakas and they figured it out later with Travis Shaw still on the team. Shaw, you wanted to keep that bat in there, so he played second. Took a little bit of a hit on your defense, but that was also during a time too where you could play the shift. And I think Abrams would develop into a better third baseman if that were the position that he'd move to than maybe what Shaw did at second base. But that's the one name that's maybe surprised me the most so far surrounding some of the names, some of the rumors, some of the reports surrounding the Crew. This is a big week, though. It's going to be a fun week. I think if you're a baseball fan, unless you're a fan of a team that's going to be sellers, but this is going to be an interesting week. It's going to be a fun week. I think, by the weekend, some teams might have some clarity on where they're going to be or what they're going to do. Are they going to be buyers? Are they going to be sellers? I'm just curious how much movement there actually is. Maybe this is going to be a trade deadline where there's not going to be a lot of movement, where there's not going to be a lot of big names being moved. But that's what makes it kind of fun with it being trade season here. The uncertainty. I don't think Skubal gets moved. I feel like the Tigers are just going to roll with this thing and see if they can squeak in the postseason. I don't think he gets moved. Mason Miller may get traded, but it ain't going to be the Dodgers. And I know they're, Edwin Diaz waiting for him and that. They ain't going to trade anybody to the Dodgers. The Abrams one, though. Nationals aren't that far out, and he's still controllable for the next few years, too. All right, let's take a quick break as we start to wrap up the third hour. We'll be right back in just a few short minutes. If you're from Wisconsin, you know there is something special about this time of year. May not feel like it. It's a little hot, a little muggy and such, but you know it's coming. The days are maybe getting a little bit shorter. Maybe the evenings start to get a little bit cooler a little bit later on. But before you know it, hunting season will be here. That means now is the time to get your gear ready. Whether you need a new firearm, ammunition, optics, hunting accessories, or just some expert advice, make Tilden Gun your first stop. The folks at Tilden Gun aren't just there to sell you equipment. They're hunters as well. They know what works. They're happy to answer your questions, and they'll help make sure that you're ready long before opening morning arrives. So don't wait until the last minute. Stop by Tilden Gun, get geared up, and start counting down the days to another great Wisconsin fall. Tilden Gun, helping make Wisconsin hunters the most out of every season. Happy hunting and good luck, and as always, be safe in the great outdoors. We got about 8 minutes left to the top of the hour, so coming up just past 9 o'clock. We'll catch up with the Eau Claire Express and do our all aboard Eau Claire Express chat. The Express got a couple games today in Thunder Bay before returning home to Carson Park tomorrow night for a long stretch of games at Carson Park as we start to wrap up the final couple weeks of the season. The Express still in first place in their division, so hoping to clinch that second half division championship and clinch a playoff spot too. So we'll chat with Pete Knutson coming up here after the top of the hour. We'll get back to some more baseball talk here as we get set for this 3-game series between the Brewers and the Giants. If you are doing a little bit of maybe scoreboard watching and looking ahead to or looking at where some of these matchups are, maybe you got an eye on somebody that you'd like to see the Brewers go after, or maybe you're just kind of curious to see if this is actually going to be moving week or not. But Cubs are going to be taking on the Cardinals. If you're looking at some division games, Pirates are in third place right now in the division, though, and they're going to be taking on Arizona. Elsewhere, you've got let's take a look at the Twins. Twins are taking on the Royals. This might be an opportunity here for the Twins to maybe move up a little bit more, not only in the wild card standings, but possibly in the AL Central. We've got the White Sox, who are in first place, but they take on the Yankees. Cleveland, they take on the Reds, but then Minnesota's taking on Kansas City, as we said. So maybe an opportunity for them to move on up. But yeah, this is going to be a fun week. I can't wait. So we got some more VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. Best, watching the Brewers Legends game. I agree. I think the Brewers do a good job of bringing in some of their former players and keeping them a part of the family. Worst, this gosh darn weather. I am one who is ready for hunting season, says Greg. Another one, best and worst in the weekend. Best, Hall of Fame, Baseball Hall of Fame ceremony. Worst was seeing Miz not have the perfect game yesterday. That comes from Matt on our texting line. A couple more best and worst from the weekend. First of all, I forgot this text from our Hall of Famer G-Man. G-Man says, Brewers playing the Giants tonight. Score will be Brewers 6, Giants 2. Yes, sir. Go Brewers, from our Hall of Famer G-Man. Another best and worst from the weekend. This text comes from Eric. Best of the weekend, Brewers winning another series. Worst of the weekends, my golf game was awful. All right. Another texter just has a best of the weekend. Says, best of the weekend was watching Randy Wolf hit a home run off of Doug Davis in the Legends game. It was pretty sweet. I love the MVP trophy too. That was taller than Randy Wolf. That's like beer league slow pitch softball drinking trophy-esque. I mean, they all got like medals. I don't know. Were they actually metal or plastic? They kind of looked thin. But the fact that Randy Wolf got a trophy that was taller than him and looked like those old school trophies and little softball-esque, even better. even better. But all right, only a few minutes left at the top of the hour, so continue to send us your best and worst from the weekend. You can text them to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line or hang out in the Section 105 chat room. So we'll get to those coming up a little bit later on. We'll throw a little more football talk in here, too, as we get set for training camp for the Packers. Micah Parsons apparently really likes the new workout facilities in Green Bay. But Packers will have their first practice of training camp on Wednesday. Other teams have been in action, getting things started off. So getting closer. We'll talk some more football coming up in the final hour. And, of course, plenty more Brewers baseball as we get set for this series against the Giants. We'll take a look at tonight's matchup. You've got Brandon Sproat going on the mound here for the Brew Crew. So we'll take a look at that, kind of do a little pre-game scouting report for the series going up against the Giants. I want to talk a little bit more about Cooper Pratt, Luis Lara, the two youngsters, the two kids. Hey, they had themselves a good weekend, and they've been hitting really well from the plate. Garrett Mitchell, continues to play well. Joey Ortiz offensively continues to hit well at the plate. Got to give credit to where credit's due, and these guys, they're getting it done right now. They're really getting it done. Andrew Vaughn, even his last 21 at-bats, he's gotten a couple of home runs. He's slugging .619, 286. Bowers maybe starting to heat back up a little bit here, too. His last 20 at-bats, he's hitting .300. Doesn't have a home run, though, but he's been getting on base. Actually made a nice catch in right field yesterday, too. So I want to talk about some of the players that have been really contributing well as of late from the offensive side. Bryce Rank, too. He's .320 in his last 7 games. So, but kind of want to focus on the youngsters here. So, all right. Shot clock is going to cut me off here in about a minute. So, again, we'll kick off the final hour on this Monday morning, talking some Eau Claire Express. Pete Knutson, the voice of the Eau Claire Express, will be joining me, and we'll kind of recap this hot team here as of late, this first-place team, and look ahead to the final 2 weeks of this regular season for the Eau Claire Express. So we'll take a look at that, and then we'll get back to some more Brewers baseball talk. Continue to send me some names. Is there a name out there that has been rumored, floated out there on the trade rumor wire that you would like to see the Brewers go after and target? You can make your picks by hitting me up with a quick message. Make it a realistic pick too. Okay, make it a realistic one. Not Ohtani, not Judge. Those guys, they haven't been mentioned. All right. Has to be a name that has been mentioned in some rumors out there. Who's on your wish list, Brewers fans? Or maybe you're like, no, I don't want anything. I want them to stand pat. 3 in. We got one more to go. We'll take a quick news break and be back after these few words. All right, final hour kicking off right now on this Monday morning. Appreciate you tuning in and making us a part of your start here, whether you are listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. Got your smart devices like the app, or smart devices like your Alexa devices, and then you can download the app, the Wisco Sports App, and take us on the go. Video stream is also rocking and rolling here this morning. You can check it out on YouTube. Don't forget to follow and subscribe to the YouTube page. Speaking of following and subscribing, don't forget to follow and subscribe to the Man Cave podcast. Available wherever you get your podcasts. Got a new one that's going to be dropping tomorrow, but a little bit more of a local flavor here too. So last week we caught up with Mike Sins, head football coach for Eau Claire North. But we're going to chat some hoops with the new basketball coach for Eau Claire North, Coach Cooper. Coach Michael Cooper is going to be joining the pod. We're going to be recording it at 10 o'clock this morning, but it'll drop probably tomorrow, maybe later this afternoon. Actually, how about this? If you are a subscriber or you follow the podcast, it'll drop this afternoon for subscribers and followers. So make sure you subscribe and follow to the Man Cave podcast. But excited to chat with Coach Michael Cooper coming up next hour for the Man Cave podcast. So Express wise, we'll see if Pete's able to stop by or not. But regardless, the Eau Claire Express, taking a look at where they're at right now. They're 2 games. Well, they got 2 games to play today at Thunder Bay because yesterday's game postponed or suspended, however you want to phrase it. They're going to pick it right back up today at 4:30. They're going to play 9 innings for that game, it sounds like, and then they're going to play 7 innings for their second game. But then they'll be back at Carson Park against Thunder Bay. So both teams going to be boarding the bus and heading on over back to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And when you look at the final couple weeks of this regular season here, the Express, they're going to be at Carson Park quite a bit here. So first off, take care of business against Thunder Bay, 2 games. Express did drop both games. The Express did drop both games against Wausau this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Close ones, though. 4-5 loss on Friday and a 3-4 loss on Saturday. But they're still in first place here in this second half, kind of taking a look at where the things are at in terms of the standings for the Express. 16-6 overall record in the Great Plains East, holding on to a half-game lead over La Crosse. But remember, La Crosse won the first half, so Express in good position considering, too, that Rochester is the third-place team, and they're 5.5 games behind the Eau Claire Express. So Express, again, in a really, really solid spot. Really solid spot here at this point in time. So, and they're going to be at Carson Park quite a bit here. Thunder Bay for 2 games. Rochester, we just mentioned them, Thursday and Friday. Thursday, don't forget Tailgate Thursday day for us. So hang out with us before the game and then get your tickets. Head into the ballpark. Root on the Express to a first half championship, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then they got Madison for a home game Saturday. Then a quick trip to Madison. Then they're back home next Monday, a week from today, against Duluth, and then Duluth on the road, and then wrap up the rest of the week at home. After today, only 2 more road games for the Express in the regular season. That's it. Then you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 home games to wrap up the season. So they're in a really good spot. Really good spot to win this second half division. Looking ahead to some of the promotional stuff coming up here for the Express. It's hard to believe that we're going to be talking about the end of the regular season here in the next couple of weeks here. We mentioned the Tailgate Thursday coming up this Thursday. So it's also Safari Night. That might bode well for kind of the weather that we're having. A little Safari Night here. But beforehand on Tuesday, that is going to be the Cancer Survivors Night. Now, remember that game was postponed earlier in the season because of weather. So that Tuesday game will be Cancer Survivors Night on the 29th on Wednesday. It'll be the game day sponsor is going to be Close Up Apparel. And then the 31st Friday, host family nights. Express, you ask anybody from the Express, whether it's Craig or Pete or Jake, can't have the Eau Claire Express without these host families. It is incredibly important for the overall success and to just have a team to have these host families involved. So they're going to be honoring the host families this Friday. And then Saturday, country nights at the ballpark. Country nights. So those are kind of your themes coming up here for the Eau Claire Express. But again, our night, Thursday, tailgate Thursday. No rain. No rain. All right? Let's do it up. Let's do a proper tailgate this Thursday for our tailgate Thursday for the Eau Claire Express. Okay? And then get your tickets and let's pack that stadium. Let's pack Carson Park like it was packed this past weekend with the concerts over there. Let's pack Carson Park to cheer this team on to a second half championship and into the postseason, man. This is a fun team. If you have not been to an Express game yet this year, first of all, what the heck? And then second, you're missing out on a really fun team and a really, really, really good team. This is a fantastic team this year. All right. Tell you what, we got to take a quick break and we'll reset. All right. We'll reset here a little bit and we'll get back to some more baseball talk with the Brewers. But let's switch gears and get back to a little bit more football chat here as we get set for training camp. First practice for the Pack coming up on Wednesday. Some final thoughts in the next couple days here as we get set for training camp. Let's hit that up, shall we? We'll take a quick break and be back with plenty more coming up after these few words. What's the latest and greatest going on at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire this week? Well, you can head on over to the Hy-Vee Facebook page, the Hy-Vee in Eau Claire Facebook page, and check out their latest flyer. There, hey, heat wave going on again, so you need to quench your thirst. How about buy 5, get 5 for free Gatorade 28-ounce bottles? My kid will absolutely crush that deal. Oh, man, especially he's got baseball coming up. He's got a couple games this week and this weekend, so that's a heck of a deal with that. Load up on the Gatorade and stay freshened up. How about cooling down with $3.99 Blue Ribbon Classics, ice cream gallon or novelties? $3.99 for a gallon of ice cream? Heck yeah, man. Come on, we'll do it up. We've got, what else do we got on the docket here? Popsicles, 2 for $8. It's always a good one, too. With the weather that they're at, $2.99 Frito-Lay or Dorito chips or Smart Food snacks. $2.99 for Doritos. Come on, 3 for $9. Jack's Pizza. That's a heck of a deal too to load up those deep freezers. $1.77 Hy-Vee Midwest pork boneless butterfly or America's cut chop too. So again, you can check out the whole flyer by heading to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire's Facebook page, and don't forget to take advantage of the fuel perks. And today, too, hot deal alert, $4.99 a pound, 85% ground beef out of the service case. So, heck yeah, that's a good deal, too, to fire up some of those grills. Or maybe make some tacos, some walking tacos. That sounds good right now. So, all right. So, we've got training camp for the Pack starting up Wednesday. Players reporting, rookies, veterans, all that fun stuff. Guys are coming back to Green Bay, getting set for another season. Hard to believe, but football is nearly here. And when you look at this team, if we had to say, who are some of the players that you feel like are facing maybe the most amount of pressure this season, who would it be? Lucas Van Ness is going to be an easy one. Okay, Lucas Van Ness is an easy one. So we can just get that pick out of the way right away. Especially with no Micah Parsons, Lucas Van Ness is definitely going to be a player that's going to face the most amount of pressure. Others for your consideration that I would throw in there, Marshawn Lloyd. Regardless if Josh Jacobs is going to be cleared and playing, Marshawn Lloyd is the primary backup. There will definitely be more pressure on him if, Josh Jacobs isn't cleared. But the fact that he is a primary backup, still, there's a very large amount of pressure on Marshawn Lloyd. And I think it's more from the standpoint of stay healthy, something he can't really control fully. But there's pressure on him to stay healthy. That's step one. And if he can do that, then step two, be a contributor. I would throw Luke Musgrave. I was going to say Lucas Musgrave. I got Lucas Van Ness. Luke Musgrave, primary backup tight end to Tucker Kraft. He is a different type of tight end than Tucker Kraft. I still think there is a role for Musgrave within this offense. We know he's more of a slot, down the field, up the seam type of tight end. But I think this is a very crucial year for Musgrave. His future may not be with Green Bay after this year. It may be elsewhere. But there's still pressure on him, too, to be the primary backup tight end in case, knock on wood, something happens to Tucker Kraft. You hope that's not the case, but we'll see. But there, outside of Tucker, there's definitely some major questions and some depth concerns surrounding the tight end group too. Playmaking ability outside of Tucker Kraft. Cornerbacks, pick which one. Carrington, Keyshawn. You can throw Cisse in there just because of the rookie. Even though he's a second-round pick, he's kind of basically our first-round pick because he was the first pick. But, I mean, I would argue, I think you can make the case that Brandon Cisse is going to have a certain amount of pressure on him in his rookie year. It may not be fair, but he's coming in to a position group where they need some major improvement. And they need a guy. They need a number one. They don't have a number one corner. And I think that comes with some pressure for a second-round pick in Brandon Cisse. Can he be that number one corner? Not 2 years from now, but can he eventually take it this year? That may not be fair to the rookie, but there is going to be that sense of pressure on him, right? Because I think if we polled Packers fans at this point and asked, hey, what's your confidence level in guys like Carrington Valentine and Keyshawn Nixon, it's probably low or maybe average at best for maybe Keyshawn. But I think the majority of us could all agree that there's room for improvement. There's room to be better at that position. And again, even though he's a second-round pick and he's a rookie this year, there's going to be a sense of pressure on him to be kind of a contributor right away and to maybe eventually take over one of those starting spots. But you can insert corner name here and say, make the case, pressure. Whether it's Carrington, Keyshawn, or Brandon Cisse. Jordan Morgan. I think there is a ton of pressure on Jordan Morgan this year. I mean, you could pick there's outside of maybe Zach Tom. You look at the rest of the starting four. Again, I think you can make the case that there's pressure on all those guys. But you're talking about a left tackle in Jordan Morgan, the blind spot, the premier spot on the offensive line, right? The one that makes the position that makes all the moolah, the cha-ching, the money, the dollars. Is he the long-term fixture there? Is he the long-term solution? He goes out and he balls out this year. Green Bay's going to have to sign him to an extension. There's a big opportunity here for more. First-round pick, that automatically comes with some pressure. And we haven't seen a whole lot of production from him. Hasn't been able to consistently crack the starting lineup. Here we go. Full-on chance now, man. There's a ton of pressure on Morgan. There's pressure on Aaron Banks. I think this will be his last year in Green Bay, but first year, last year, with that big contract, They play a little bit better down the stretch, but got to be better to live up to that contract. Sean Ryan, okay, he's got a new contract. He's entering a full training camp and preseason as the starting center now. Was primarily a guard. There's pressure on him to showcase, okay, because, there's another guy, Burton, that could potentially play center or maybe even guard, and that's where Anthony Belton could have some pressure involved with that too. You got a youngster, maybe pushing for some playing time. Zach Tom, I think there's more questions around Zach Tom than pressure. Zach Tom is their best offensive lineman, but the pressure that comes with him is he's coming off of an injury. And you just hope that all good, all systems go. And then, of course, you got to talk about the rookie kicker, Trace Mack. I don't care who the kicker is at this point. Whoever's suiting up in a Packers uniform and they play kicker, there's going to be an immense amount of pressure. Now you're talking about another rookie. You moved on from McManus. You are essentially handing the starting job to a rookie kicker without seeing him even in a preseason game. Boatloads of pressure. Tons of pressure. I don't think I'd ever want to be a kicker in the NFL. No, I could not handle that pressure. It's one of the most, I think, thankless positions in sports. If you got one, you take it for granted. If you don't have one, it's the end of the world. So those are just a few of the names off the top of my head. Kind of thrown out there for pressure. I mean, you can even go with some of the youngsters for the pass rush, especially because not having Micah Parsons is such a huge loss in the first few games of the season. You know, we mentioned Lucas Van Ness. Okay, but what about the guys that, you know, Lucas Van Ness is a starter, but what about the guys that are going to be filling in until Micah comes back? We're talking about Colin Oliver, Barron Sorrell, Danny Dennis Sutton, Brenton Cox Jr. You know, those guys. We're talking about, you know, could talk about the defensive line too, depth purposes. There's a ton of pressure. This is a team, and I don't think this is necessarily a compliment. I don't think it is. But it's like if they stay healthy, I think this could be a really good team. If is the big word. Capitalize if. Because I do worry about depth in some of these other positions. If they suffer some major injuries again this year, they ain't going anywhere. That's just my thoughts. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll get back to some more baseball talk coming up after these quick words. time is running out. If you want to participate in the upcoming 6th annual Kasper Classic, spots are incredibly limited. We only have one left for 10 a.m., one left for 1 p.m. So if you want to get your two-person team in now, you better head to our website, sportstalk1051.com, and sign your team up for just $90. That includes your 9 holes, your carts, your meal, and some drink tickets, too. So, again, coming up next Friday, August 7th, at Lake Hallie Golf Course. If you're interested in sponsoring, we only got 2 holes left. If you want to sponsor and play, because your sponsorship includes your team, only got those times left, unless you want to do 7:30. But we have set a record for 7:30 signups, too. So, Surveyor, you won't be the only one. You're going to have a few teams out there in the Surveyor flight, but again, a big thanks to a lot of our partners. We've got Window World as the presenting sponsor, Muldoon's, Service Master, Park Ridge Distributing, Hy-Vee and Eau Claire, Edward Jones Financial Advisor, Kelsey Nicolai, Dodge, Cambridge, Myron Construction, VFW Post 305, Superior Auto Body, Home Oasis, Residence Branding, Claffey Construction, Carpet City Flooring Center, and Economy Furniture. So, can't wait. We got some good raffle prizes. We'll always take more, though. We'll always take more. So if you are interested in maybe donating a raffle prize to help support Backyard Dreams, because that's where 100% of the proceeds go to, is supporting Backyard Dreams, please reach out. Please reach out. And we'll get you in touch with the right peeps to help set that up. Brewers-wise, tonight again at 8:45, going to be a late game, as the Brewers are out on the West Coast in California to take on the Giants for a 3-game series. For game 1 of this series, the Brewers will be throwing out Brandon Sproat. Brandon Sproat, 3-5 with a 5.09 ERA. He's coming off of a loss against the Mets back on the 21st, where he went 4 2/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, did issue 4 walks, had 4 strikeouts. On the flip side, for the Giants, you got Tyler Mahle, who's 2-9 with a 5.31 ERA. He is also coming off of a loss back on the 21st, where he went 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 4 Ks. Now, if we look at it from a lineup experience, there's a couple of Brewers hitters with a little bit of experience. Yelich, though, has 16 career at-bats going up against Tyler, but just a 188 average with a 538 OPS. Hamilton's got 3 career at-bats. Vaughn's got 2 career at-bats and 501 for 2 against him. Nothing on the other side here going up against Brandon Sproat. So I don't know, just kind of looking at the basic numbers here, I think there's an opportunity for this Brewers offense to maybe tack on some runs early. Now, to be fair, when you look at Tyler here, in the month of July, he's been a little bit better. I mean, his May was just awful. May and April, he was awful. So April, he was 1-3 in 5 games with a 6.08 ERA. May, in 5 games, he was 0-3 with a 6.23 ERA. But he has been better as of late. He, in June, in 2 games, 0-1, but a 3.60 ERA. And so far in July, 1-1, but a 3.86 ERA. So he has been better than what he was in the first part of the season, the first couple months of the season. And if you look at his last 3 games, 3 earned runs, 1 earned run, 3 earned runs. Did go 7 innings in his 1 win against Colorado back on the 11th. But I still think there's an opportunity here for this Brewers offense to maybe put up some crooked numbers early in this thing and give Brandon Sproat some early run support. The biggest thing with Brandon Sproat, you almost wonder, okay, what version almost are we going to get from Brandon Sproat? Now, when we look at Sproat here too, he's kind of similar to what Tyler Mahle was like. Sproat, in the month of April, played in 5 games. He started 3 of them. 0-2 with a 4.94 ERA. May, 5 games started 1-2, 5.64 ERA. June, better. 2-0 in 5 games with a 3.46 ERA. So far, 3 games in the month of July, 0-1, 3.86. You see a lot of similarities between these two pitchers. So it sure seems like which offense is going to show up and which offense is going to put up some crooked numbers early in this game is going to be the benefactor. If there is one advantage for Sproats, is that he is giving up a better opponent's batting average. So far in the month of July, 244. If you go back to June, 198, whereas Tyler Mahle in June in just 2 games, 182, but so far in July, 277. It's just, can the Brewers, if they're able to put the bat on the ball, can they, if they can get those hits, can they manufacture those runs, get those runs across the board? Sproat is still, is it fair to say with Brandon Sproat, he's still the main wild card in the starting rotation here for the Brewers? You look at his 3 starts in July, and he hasn't gotten to 5 innings in either one of those starts. 4 innings, 3 innings, 4 2/3. His last game that he went over 5 innings was June 30th. We're approaching nearly a month. And with this point in time, where we're at in the season, as we start to wrap up the month of July here, you'd like to see some consistency with him. Now, at this point, I don't think he would make the starting rotation in the postseason if they kind of go to a 4-man. I'm looking at like Miz, Kyle Harrison, and then maybe Logan Henderson probably. And then maybe it's kind of up in the air. Maybe it's somebody who's not on this team. Maybe it's Robert Gasser. Maybe it's Shea Drowan. But it might be kind of up in the air at that point. I just want to see some consistency from Sproat as we finish up this regular season, where you know what to expect from him. Even if it's just, okay, we're going to get 5 innings from him. Might be a couple earned runs, but you know what you're going to get more times than not. I still think it's such a wild card with him. Are we going to get the 6-inning version of him that we saw twice in June, where he gave up just, either 1 earned run or no earned runs? Or are we going to get the under 4 innings, 4 earned runs? Or just the 3 innings and, his total pitch count was 83. It's kind of been all over the place. And I get it. He's still a younger pitcher. He's got the talent. Just needs a little bit more seasoning. But that's what I would like to see outside of the wins and outside of, adding up the W's to his record. I just want to see the consistency back to back to back starting to develop with Brandon Sproat as we inch closer to the postseason. He may be like last year's Chad Patrick, where, it's kind of been up and down a little bit this year, a lot of starts, but then postseason comes out of the pen, and he was a valuable piece out of the pen in the postseason. Maybe that's Brandon Sproat this year. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll start to wrap it up. We got picks coming up after these few words. All right, it is time to wrap up these shenanigans with some picks. Let's get to some baseball picks, shall we? Should be a big week of baseball games, maybe moving week here for a lot of these teams to decide whether they are going to be maybe buyers or sellers, specifically mostly sellers by the trade deadline, which is a week from today. So, all right, let's jump right into it. We've got the Mariners taking on the Rangers. I'll go Texas. I'll go with the Rangers. Diamondbacks versus Pittsburgh. I'll go Pittsburgh. Baltimore, Detroit. I think this is a big series. Big series. One of those series that could define whether team is going to be maybe a seller or not. I'm going to go with Detroit for tonight's game. Philadelphia versus the Miami Marlins. I'm going to go Philly. Another one here. Toronto versus Washington. Another series here that could define whether we've got some sellers here. The Washington one still surprises me a little bit. Toronto, I mean, a year off, to how much do they want to sell off from that team that was just a couple outs away from being a World Series champ? Boy, I will go Washington for tonight. Let's go Cleveland, Cincinnati. I'm going to go with the Guardians. Atlanta versus the Mets. Give me the Braves. Yankees, White Sox. Who would have thought that this could be a fun series? And yeah, this can be a fun series. But I'm going to go with the Yankees tonight. Max Fried's on the mound. Cubs, Cardinals. Why not? Cardinals. Houston versus the Angels. I'll go with the Astros. Boston versus the Athletics. Got to go Boston now. And then finally, Milwaukee versus the Giants. I'll go with the Brewers to take game one tonight. All right, those are your picks. Those are your picks for today's games. Reminder, Brewers game 8:45. You can listen to that game on your radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. First pitch will be at 8:45, but coverage begins 35 minutes prior, so about 8:10 tonight. 8:10 tonight, you'll be able to check out the Brewers taking on the Giants. All right, we've got kind of recap everything here. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought we had a Bucks thing, but no, says this was from Mark Stein. Sources say Nate Mitchell, formerly an assistant with Charlotte, Toronto, Milwaukee, has emerged as a prime candidate to join the Mavericks as head coach of their Texas Legends G League team. I saw Milwaukee on there. I was like, hey, wait a minute. By the way, Milwaukee, Gary Trent Jr., that contract, no more. NBA said, not happening. Voided. Which probably doesn't surprise a lot of people. I don't know. Like, this is okay. It hasn't been officially voided. It seemed like it was going to. I thought I'd see. Yeah, it hasn't been voided yet. Let's see. I'm just trying to find something. Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought I had seen something that it was voided, but maybe not. All right. Anyways. It's sure. Okay. All right. That was a meme there. Anyways, sorry. The NBA is probing that contract. Okay. All right. I misread it. So, but anyways, not a whole lot going on with the Bucks. Everything's about LeBron right now. Going to the 76ers. A few of you did say for your best of the weekend. I did kind of find that funny, tongue-in-cheek. But a few of you did say that was the best, so you don't have to talk about it or hear about it anymore. You're right. But get ready for nonstop 76ers all across this upcoming NBA season, right? I mean, that's going to be the case. And LeBron did say this is the final team that he's going to be playing on. The one thing I will say from LeBron's statement that he did put out there was this is going to be his final, this is going to be his final team that he ever plays for. But two, at least he said it. He's now, I know there were some people saying, okay, don't know how much I believe about that, but it sure sounded like he was going to retire after this year. That's kind of where it was like, oh, so he actually was closer to retiring than maybe what it was thought. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That was probably the biggest thing I took away outside of him actually going to the 76ers was, hey, maybe he was closer to retiring than what we all thought. But I got to admit, 76ers were a team that was thought of right away and throughout the process, but it was still a little surprising that he did decide to go to Philadelphia. I thought he'd want to stay maybe warmer weather, but again, they travel so much during the season. And I think he looked at those teams and thought, okay, who's got the best chance to win a ring right now? If you had to pick between Warriors, Heat, Cavs, 76ers by inserting LeBron, yeah, I think it probably would be the 76ers. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen, though. I mean, how many times have we seen these all-star teams and it doesn't work out? That's why they still play the game. Micah Parsons tweeted this out. I shouldn't say tweeted this out. Put this up on Instagram. I'm not chasing the player I used to be. I'm chasing the standard I owe myself, my family, and everyone who believes in me. The offseason demanded patience, discipline, faith, and the strength to keep going when no one was watching. My family's love gave me purpose when the hurt tried to take it away. It's bigger than me now. My little ones are watching, and every step I take is to leave them a legacy that they will be proud of. Year 6, and he posted an image of himself wearing a Packers shirt and working out. I think Micah Parsons is going to be that one player, too. We talk a lot about training camp and the players that we're going to be watching, the position players that we're going to be watching, who's under the most pressure. Micah Parsons is going to be inadvertently one of those guys that I think fans are going to be paying attention to and just maybe still holding out hope that he will return sooner than what is being thrown out there. If he's on the sidelines, that first time that, a writer maybe tweets out that, oh, hey, Micah's working out off to the side, you're going to get a lot of fans like, oh, maybe he's coming back. You're going to get the anxiousness. You're going to get the excitement that, oh. And especially because Patrick Mahomes was cleared to practice. He did practice. He was moving out there. That puts maybe a little bit of undue pressure on a Micah Parsons because you're going to have the casual fans that sit there and ask, well, how come Patrick Mahomes is cleared? He tore the ACL later. He's out there playing. He's a quarterback too. How come he's out there but a guy like Micah isn't? How many times have we talked about with Dr. Crow? Not everybody's body is the same, and some teams maybe have stricter policies than others. Not everybody's an Adrian Peterson, and maybe not everybody is a Patrick Mahomes. But I think there is going to be some of that, again, by just kind of an off product. Parsons is going to be a guy that's going to be closely watched by fans because they're going to be anxious. They're going to be excited whenever Parsons returns to that field. And they're going to probably put some undue pressure on him, too, when he does return to that field in the regular season. Because the expectation for him is, for some fans, for a lot of fans, are going to be immediate impact, immediate game record, immediate playmaker. Where it might take a little bit to build up. Get that rust knocked off of him. We'll talk more Packers, though, this week. So let's wrap it up because I got a couple seconds here before the shot clock cuts me off. Have a good rest of your day. Stay cool out there, okay? We'll be back at it same place, same time tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. from the TDS Sports Talk Studios. We'll chat with you then.